Shut up and sit down.
Maybe a nice chocolate.
Oh dear, what do you like? Hello gang, Colin here for the 67's workshop. And yeah, we've got Fox, aka model making guru in Pete's.
Hello everybody, with all the hands and the waving. Yes, hello.
Yeah, he might be a bit hyperactive because he's had lots of tea today.
Oh. I'm on a tea addiction at the minute.
And I might have teased him with McDonald's photos in the chat and all sorts. So, yeah, it's been one of them. But anyway, gang,
well,
thanks for joining us.
You also drank an entire large milkshake right into the microphone for the last 10 minutes, you tart.
Absolutely. I told you I was cheap, nasty. Yeah. Just have a quick looky-loo at the chat. We got you, Gordon, in. Say good evening, everyone. Remember... the early worm gets the bird. Happy days. Richard
Remember the 5th of November.
Saying, hello, Colin Foxx, and any lurkers out there in Chatland, and hugs to all. I don't know why I'm reading it up there when I got my iPad there. I can bring that right over under my nose, couldn't I, you
Colin,
yeah.
You've got your iPad right there.
Oh, mate, honestly, I'm learning. Cairo, the punching bag, says I've been waiting for so long. Oh, bless you. Wendy Hickson says hugs all round. Good evening, Colin and Fox. Hey, everyone in Chatland. And she hopes that everyone's doing all right. Yeah. Hugh Gordon's saying hello to everyone, including us.
Is that you or
Graham? Hugh Gordon, as in Hugo.
As in not me, you.
No, not in you, Fox. No, it's you, as in H-U.
Not you, but you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you.
Graham Robertson says hi all. Hello, Graham. Hope you're doing all right. Eric's in from Twisted Rail Hobbies. Twisted, yeah, it's that new word to replace twisted.
it's like a Yiddish word. Oh, it's twisty.
Absolutely, it's twisty it is, yeah. Saying evening, everyone. Have a great show, Colin and Fox. There you go. Guru's in saying evening, one and all. Is your body ready?
My body is ready.
Absolutely. There you go. Cora Pink has sneaked in and steals the biggest beanbag and says, hi, Colin, Fox and chat. Happy days.
I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't be sicking on the beanbag. I may have farted on that.
Absolutely. William Rayborn says, Fox, your milkshake doesn't bring all the... Well, you know the rest.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Nobody wants my milkshake.
Absolutely. Candygram is in, saying hi to Festa Foxx.
Don't agree so fast.
What do you expect, mate?
Richard? No,
you're not going to get no sympathy out of me, mate.
God damn it.
Wendy, Graham, Cora and William. Candygram says almost time for Festa and Fox. Absolutely. Marcus Bruns in, saying morning all. Hello, Marcus. I hope you're doing all right, mate.
All right, well, what have you so far?
Aisha Naeem is in, saying hiya, Candygram for Mongo. Hiya, Alicia, hope you're all right, or Aisha even. And she's saying evening, everyone. Alicia's James's wife.
Yes.
Graham saying hello to Wendy. Hugh Gordon says hi to Graham, Aisha and Marcus. Everyone's saying hello to each other back. Your mate is in with the squishies, Edward Leonard. That was actually a really good squishy, mate.
Was it that?
Yeah, it was really good, mate.
You can do it slowly like that, so you get the buoyancy, or the idea of buoyancy.
Hey, mate, works for me.
Yeah. Hello,
Graham,
Squishy, and also Edward.
Absolutely. Graham says he's had 2 teeth removed today and no pain afterwards. He must have the best dentist. Send him down here, mate. I've got 5 loose ones, mate. He can have a wiggle on.
I actually learned, and I didn't know this because I'm an idiot, but I learned from my dentist when I had a couple of teeth taken out earlier last year. She said, it won't hurt. The moment I pull the tooth out, you won't have any pain.
Oh,
and
right.
I said, why? And I said, why? And she went, because all the nerves are in the tooth. As soon as I take the tooth out, there's nothing in there to say there's pain.
Yeah, it's nothing for it to connect to the jaw with, is there?
Yeah, because there's no actual nerve. When you get toothache, it's not the jaw saying, ow, it's your tooth saying, ow. So as soon as she pulls the tooth out, there's no more pain. You have to put the stuff in your mouth and clamp down on it for a bit. But I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Happy days. It's great. Nothing better than when you got a sore tooth and they pull it out and it's just like, oh, Oh, the scales fall
mine
from
are
your
so
eyes.
wiggly. I can get them and move them right about, but I think there must be a ligament in there or something that holds the tooth in, because it comes part out and then goes twang straight back in again.
Well, they're kind of designed not to naturally fall out very easily, so
I defer. I defer to Mike Mountain, who had a sneeze and a molar flew out. That was a good one.
but that might have been on the verge for like months or years.
Yeah.
Yours will get there eventually.
Muses in, sneaks into our coal and runs back to work later. All take care, my darling. There you go. Thanks for popping in. Ross Medlock's in, scale model Ninja with an N, saying hello, everyone.
You sometimes say that wrong, don't you?
I normally call him it with the letter M, don't I? Yeah.
I think you're allowed to say that word. I don't think YouTube would pick up on that.
Yeah, I call him scale model Ninja. Bobbins is in. Hi to everyone who knows him. Hello, Bobbins. I hope you're doing all right, mate. That's me hugging Muse. Alicia saying hello to Bobbins.
Bob, you're allowed to.
That is looking like I've pretty much covered it. If I haven't,
Edward says Fox must be practicing his squish moves. I like that, squish moves.
He's getting really good at it.
For some reason, it's a gesture that I've done for years. Like when everybody mentioned octopus or sea jellies, I'd be like, I don't know why.
Oh, right.
I'm an idiot. Well, I've told you that already.
I don't know why I've just done that, but I've just been trying to swipe me chat down on my monitor above me and realised that that's not actually a touch screen, is it? You pilch.
No.
Anyway, what have you been up to, mate?
Hello. I don't know why I said hello. I don't know why I said that. Why did I say hello? I don't know.
How have you been?
I'm all right. I'm not too bad. I have been... Go on, use the words.
How's Mum been? Because she had a procedure, didn't she?
Yeah, she's all right. She was in the hospital last week for a last bit of operation, but she's getting there slowly. She went to have a COVID and a flu jab on Wednesday.
Oh, brilliant.
She had a COVID jab in the morning, a flu jab in the afternoon, and all the achy arms in the world on Thursday.
Oh, did she milk it?
No, she didn't actually. She didn't milk it at all. So,
good girl.
Surprisingly. So, no, but she's getting there slowly. It's a long road ahead. But other than that, I've been busy working on my Bane blades. Today I have started doing some enamel weather. I've actually started the weathering. So you won't be able to see on the camera, but today I've actually started...
Do you want me to pop your full screen, or...?
You can do.
Yeah, go on, show your wares, mate.
Today I have been mostly applying Ammo by Mig streaking grime for winter vehicles to the rivets and raised details and panel lines, just to start putting some shading around like rivets and stuff.
Yeah.
So if you can, I've only done like that part so far. I've not done this bit of that. I don't know if it'll show on camera, if you can see the difference. But on this one, there's not a lot of rivety detail. You can't really, it's just bland.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Because it's all flat. I've not done it yet. But on this one, we're starting to see this, because it's a winter streaking grime. I've just got some on my hand. Because it's a winter streaking grime, it's kind of a greeny, grimy tone.
Yeah.
I think I've just got some off it from somewhere. There must be a blob of it somewhere. So it just gives it that slightly grimy, greasy look around the rivets and raised detail. I've got loads of other streaking to do yet, but this is just initially going around all the rivets and things.
The first of many streaks.
Yeah, I mean, after this will be actual proper grown-up streaking. Like, oil spills and grime that's run down from rain and stuff like that. But I don't know where that piece of grime is. It come off the bottle? You have to watch.
Yeah, it might have done. Might have come out the threads or something, mate.
Yeah, these bottles are a nightmare for leakage. A bit of advice: if you're using the Ammo by Mig grimes or panel line washes, never lie them down.
No, I found that. Yeah,
they do tend to leak like a bugger. So, don't lie them down in your painting, in your drawers or anything. Just keep them standing up.
Yeah, you don't want to go streaking in your drawers, mate.
No, but I don't know if you can see on camera. It's kind of again, the colours aren't right on webcams, but it's kind of a greeny, grimy colour.
Yeah.
You can use it for different things. I'm just using it to put some shade around the rivets and stuff for now and edges.
Yeah, I've got a bottle of that.
I've got some more rusty tones. I've got some more rusty tones for streaks. So I'm going to carry on doing that tonight. There you go. Hold on. You can
Happy days, mate. Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll just drop back into the... There you go, mate.
Other than that, that's all I've been doing this week.
Anyone that don't know, I'm building the Orc Battle Wagon, and
Well, put yourself full screen, lady.
it is coming along. It's a bit... yeah, it's getting a bit... I'm getting a bit carried away with it, you know. We got the squiggage thing going on, and we've got the catapult with a bit of wooden deck I've been playing with this week, just weathering that up and doing a bit of wood. I've had wood all over the bench, mate.
He's had wood all week.
So yeah, I've been doing that, and also, there's a video up. I put it up just before we went live. I got a parcel today off of Nigel, not over at Nigel's modelling bench. Last week in the chat, he said to me about a Titanic funnel, didn't he? Look at this.
Oh, the size of that! When he said it was 1/200, I didn't think it'd be that big, but wow.
Now that is going to end up going around about there. And then it's going to have all the bendy pipage coming out and then round and, yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, you want bendy pipage and stuff, don't you? So
yeah,
it logically
coming out, yeah,
something.
and then going to go into the side of the vehicle. So, yeah, we got the funnel. So we'll have a funnel going on. So I've got to make a...
Yeah, it's very important that it
crimp.
actually makes some sense and has pipes going somewhere. Otherwise, it
Oh,
will make no
bloody
sense
hell,
at
yeah.
all.
There's no point just bunging it on, mate.
No, you've got to be realistic about these things.
Oh, absolutely. So that's kind of what I'm going to be up to.
Willetta says, looking really good, folks. Colin, it's looking really good also.
Absolutely. It's a long, long, long way to go yet. This is very early stages. Believe you me, hell of a long way to go. Which is good because it stops me finishing stuff so goddamn quick.
Oh, God, yeah. We will, tell you what, you know when we get to do your Lehman Russ?
Yes.
Our Lehman Russes. This Bane Blade I'm doing, it's a new way of doing weathering for me, a much slower way of doing it.
Yeah.
So when we come to do your Lehman Russ, you are going to slow the fuck down.
Absolutely, mate.
I reckon it's going to take me between 8 and 12 hours just to do this pin wash. And it's the first of a number of pin washes.
Mate, that's
Maybe
what
not
it
12
needs.
hours.
That's what it needs.
I mean, this bit here is about 5 hours so far. So,
Yeah. Hey, mate, I don't mind that.
No. So we'll slow you down nicely. Candygram says, everyone in chat, if you haven't, check out the high-res still photos Fox posted earlier. The detail is magnificent. Kudos, Fox. It looks fantastic.
Yeah,
I did put
insane.
some close-up. Yeah, I put some close-up pictures in the boom hut earlier on to show you what the wash does. Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. When I discovered using enamels for washes and weathering, it's like, oh, so much better than everything else.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, forget all that modelling nonsense that nobody really cares about. Bench and belly, you tarts.
What, me?
What's on your bed? I mean, the tarts in chat.
Yeah.
The viewer tarts.
I was going to say, you know what I've had.
I know what you had. Well, we can answer the question anyway. But yeah, people watching. Spillage. What's on your bench? What you're working on? And what's in your belly? What have you had or are you having for your dinner or tea or supper, whatever you want to call it? Somebody in this room is a git.
Absolutely. Guilty as charged.
Yep. What did you have for your dinner, Colin?
I had a Mackie D that I took a photograph of and messaged you immediately it landed.
He did.
It
He sent me a
was...
photograph of his McDonald's and I hate him.
Yeah, it was a Big
Well,
Mac,
not completely, but...
a burger and a king-size fries.
Yeah, but there's two reasons why I'm not too jealous. One is none of those was the new Christmas stack, which is really nice. I had one last night. If you get a chance, try it. The Christmas stack, it's really nice. And the other reason is, of course, that for my dinner, I had the world's biggest, filthiest, dirtiest, nastiest kebab.
I know.
And chips. It was a kebab of epic proportions. Just, got mess everywhere.
So you didn't do bad, did you? Because you had the kebab of goodness. So
I had kebabularity. I had enormous kebab of fatness. So there may be parpage this evening. Please fully expect.
what do you mean there may be? You should have heard the one he did just before we went on air.
Well, yeah, there is that. But, basically shut up. But
Hey, absolutely.
Why am I pipetting this oil paint thinner out when I could just pour it from the bottle and not such a big flipping poncy girl about
Because
it.
you're in science mode, and probably.
Science!
Science. It's the
An
things
experiment
that
was carried out.
sciencey people do.
An experiment was carried out. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doop. There we go. Yeah,
Go.
so when we come to do the Lehman Russes and I'm doing you the teaching thing,
Yeah.
I'm going to look forward to showing you how to do slow weathering.
Yeah.
Slow, chilled out, tiny detail weathering.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to do, mate.
It's tedious, but also it's tedious as all get out, basically. But at the same time, the results look like you've put in a lot more work than you actually have, which I'm always in favour of.
Absolutely, mate. But no, it's
So-
good at the end of the day, mate.
It's a bit like taking a 5 foot by 5 foot canvas and drawing a picture in felt tips, and somehow it looks like an old master at the end of it.
Yeah.
It
No,
really
it's
is
all good
easy.
for me, mate.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Yep.
I know it's going to be a totally different alien process for me, but I'm actually really looking forward to it. So.
I've been thinking more about it, and for those that don't know, and you probably all do know, but for those that don't know, this is our plan at some point in the future when we can figure out physically, technically how to do it. To do a live series where I show Colin how I would paint a model, and he follows along and tries to copy it, just so he can pick up new techniques that he can then, you know, adapt or not to his own style, however he chooses. But we've got a couple of Lehman Russ demolishers, and we're going to get them built up and painted up. But I've been thinking about it a bit more, and I think, all being told, this kind of German grey colour that I've got on this tank,
Yeah,
I
that
think
would
that'd be a
actually
fun
look good. Yeah.
well, I think that'd be a fun one to do, because it's not, we're not going to spend 6 months doing a complicated camouflage scheme,
Yeah.
but you are going to get to use all the normal techniques
Yeah.
that would apply on any colour scheme, but it will look good at the end.
Yeah. No, just let me know what materials I need to acquire, mate, and I'll source everything that's needed.
Aye.
And yeah, we'll go for it, mate.
We've still got to work some technical stuff out, but we'll figure it out. Yeah. But I think unless you have a particular preference that way you want to paint it, I think this kind of
I need
grey.
to just get into that. I mean, yeah, I build very quickly, as you know, but I kind of want to get into the more technical side of it, but do it without it being such a faff, if that makes sense.
yeah.
You know,
Well,
that sounds wrong,
the build
but
speed
yeah.
doesn't. The build speed doesn't really matter, because you can build slow or fast. I build slow because I'm just a slow git, and I could be a lot faster about it. But you know, I probably get a bit too obsessive about some seam lines and panel lines and mould lines that I don't really need to. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's
Well,
the
no,
painting
that's what
there.
you need to do.
No, I mean there's no benefit to building slowly. It makes no. A slow built model is just as good as a quickly
Yeah.
built model, but
Yeah. No, it's
it's the painting
slowing
there
down and doing the weathering and layers by layers, and I've not played with filters much, you know, and I want to learn that. I want
Hello, Mama
to
Fox.
get used to doing that and what filters to apply and when to apply them, and yeah.
Yeah. What are you drilling? I can hear drilling. That's not your teeth, is it? You're not taking teeth out, are you?
No, I am pre-drilling holes in that beautiful funnel,
Oh yeah.
ready for my flexi pipes to go in, so...
You do realise that conversation was basically, what are you drilling? I'm drilling holes.
Yeah. Yeah.
People learn things every day on this stream, don't they?
I know. Holes.
It's a learning experience. Holes, making holes, aren't I?
Yeah, making holes, isn't I?
I think that was my second ever Avoid Spikes comic strip. Was Fox down in a hole, and Mark comes up and says, "What are you doing?" Big massive hole in the garden. He's like, "Digging a hole."
Yeah, what do you think I'm doing?
And Martin's like, "Yeah, it's not the least stupid question I've ever asked." Dee-bee-dee-bee-dee. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I said there's a few technical things we need to sort out, but
Yeah,
we're
that's
gonna do
it.
it. But we shall figure it out.
We'll get there. We'll suss it out.
By hook or by crook. We shall get there.
It's just one of those, isn't it? It's new ideas, isn't it? New things to do.
Yeah. But then hopefully going forward, what you'll be able to do is try and get the same kind of thing with other people to do the same thing with you. Go through a live stream and sit with you and show you how they do things. So it's not just me. So other people can show you their things, and it's content for your channel and also your learning shenanigans.
Well, this is it. It's obvious there's going to be lots more of this stuff coming across the channel. It's not taking over, but there's going to be a bit of it done. So I might as well enjoy the journey.
Well, the thing is, the techniques you learn will be applicable to whatever you're building, not just Warhammer stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm not teaching you Warhammer weathering. I'm just teaching you weathering.
Yeah, exactly.
My way of doing weathering. So
exactly.
I'm teaching you a slightly lazy way, perhaps, but
lazy's good.
Minimum effort, maximum results. What more do you need?
Absolutely. Lazy always works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, has he dropped out? Yes, he has. Bless him. He'll be back in a sec, folks. Graham McRobert says, is Fox the new dad then? Farting away. Yeah. He has got a bit of an acidic backside on him, Graham. I'll give him that.
I'm here, you know.
I know you are.
I wouldn't say acidic, more catastrophically outgassable.
Aisha's going, tart? Me? No, you're not a tart, darling. Edward Leonard's been working on the black coach horse and the horn seam lines for days, laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The night hunt thing.
Yeah.
That's one of those models that... That's one of those models that... It's weird because the subject doesn't appeal to me, but the thing looks absolutely incredible or beautiful when it's painted up.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
The ghostly skeletal horses and the ghosts in it. And some of the... That's the thing. I mean, I have no interest in Age of Sigmar at all because I don't do fantasy nonsense. But I can't deny that the Sigmar models, some of the most beautiful Warhammer models are actually Sigmar and not 40k. Yeah. Some of the demons and like
they're beautiful, aren't they?
They're amazing to look at. They're just outstanding. Redonkulous they are. So I'm tempted to get... I mean, I've got a couple of Sigmar models to do.
Yeah.
Because they were either gifted to me or, bought for me or whatever, but I do have them to do. And I'm looking forward to them. A bit more slapdash on this barrel, I think, because barrels need to be dirty, filthy, dirty, filthy, dirty, filthy, dirty. Filthy, dirty, filthy, 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 filthy.
You're doing them special voices again.
It's filth. You filthy little bugger. The bishop does not condone a filthy barrel. You filthy, dirty little bugger.
What are you like?
I don't know.
I want to drill that.
Big filthy kebab it was.
Oh, was it?
I mean, it was like...
Was it one of those big belchy ones, was it?
Well, I was in the shop of kebabs.
Yeah.
And I said to the man, Mr. Kebab Man, please give me your biggest, filthiest, most dangerous kebab, please. But I don't want any chili on it because I want the volume, not the explodings.
Yeah.
I want to enjoy all the flavours, so give me the garlic mayo instead, and all the salads and stuff. and he applied all the ingredients to this enormous containing thing.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that kebabs come in. Yes, it was significant. I had to use one of our biggest plates.
Nice one.
I had to use a big plate. And I rued the fact that we don't actually have them big enormous fish plates that middle class families have. You know them big massive plates that are like about 3 foot long.
Yeah, the big oval things. Then the other ones, like the old style steak plates. You mean?
Yeah, middle class nonsense.
Jamie Bone is in. I won't be in chat
Hey,
for
Jamie.
long. He says he hasn't slept for 3 days due to his demons getting at him. Oh, bless you, mate. Know that feeling, mate. I had a bit of a demon's adventure the other week, mate. But
I get
we're
that.
all here. We're all here, mate, for when you need us.
Yep. Just let it work its way through, and we'll be around when you come out the other side.
Absolutely. Right, let's put a bit of paint on that decking.
Decking, you say?
Yeah, decking.
Decking. Ew, what was that noise in my ear?
That's my wrist clicking as I'm shaking.
Steady. Oh, I could hear like.
Yeah.
It was slightly disturbing in a
yeah,
schoolboy kind of way.
Yeah, it's like slapping a mackerel on it. Yeah.
Well, I've never heard it called that before. If anybody out there has never done this kind of enamel weathering before that I'm doing, it's really, at the moment I'm doing, it's not really streaking what I'm doing right now, it's almost a kind of post shading.
Yeah.
I'm really adding the enamel streaking grime to all the recesses and rivets and details and things, so that they just add some darkness to it and it looks worn and dirty, where, you know, like on a real vehicle where mould and grime would collect.
Yeah.
And the trick is to get it on there, and then in your own time, because it takes forever to dry, you just go in with a brush with a tiny amount of thinner on it, and you just start fading it and blending it. And where you've got a blob of the where you've got like a rivet, and then there's a big blob of the paint, you just feather the edges and blend it away.
Yeah.
So it's a fade. And on a surface that's angled, you can drag the brush down and get it to streak from a rivet and things like that.
Oh, nice.
It's deceptively easy.
Yeah.
It's not
But
hard
gives
at
a
all.
really, really decent result.
Yeah, but it just gives that kind of dirt and grime, and then once that's dried properly, you can go over with, like, you know, actual grime streaks and rust streaks, and because it's not just about laying a load of streaks on the tank and that's it. You've got other things, you know. I want to some of the rust patches. I want to put like a touch of rust colour on there and then streak it, because it's where the rust is leached. Not on every one.
No. But on some of them, it's
But I think when I show you this, you're going to love it, because it's like you can do it however you want. You can do it as like a gunk wash, where you just slap it all over and then wipe it all away again.
Yeah.
Or you can do like I'm doing here and just carefully apply it, not neatly but carefully, and then again just work it away with a dampened brush afterwards. It's stuff you can't do with acrylics.
And if anything, it's a more controlled way of doing it as well, isn't it? Because you're putting the stuff where you want it to go, not where it's running.
Well, there's a little bit of that, a little bit of running, but I mean, I'm leaving it up to sort of look where it actually fades and doesn't and blends, because I'll wiggle the brush around, but I'm not just slapping it everywhere. The thing is, I put so much effort into the chipping, because this is the first time I've done I hate to say it, but I've done like restrained weathering. Yeah. Normally I'm like, well, yeah, that's not really a word I like to use very often, but it's like normally my weathering's all over the place, and what I present you with at the end is just a weathered mess. But with this, I'm trying to be a bit more subtle, so I don't want to hide all the hard work I've put into the pre-shading and chipping and stuff. So the chips are quite subtle, so I've got to be careful I don't weather them all away. So it's going to be quite a restrained way. I'm not going to do lots of mud and dirt on this. It's going to be mostly dust weathering, I think.
Yeah.
Because that looks great on German grey. So when we do our Lehman Russie, it'll be like dusty tones. So no pigments. Don't need pigments.
No, I'm looking forward to that, I must admit.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of an experimental test bed for me, this one. So
well, it's a perfect little test mule to do that sort of paint job on when you're learning it.
Yeah, because it's not massive. It's not massive and uncontrolled. Spider pig. It's not a massive expanse that's going to take you forever to paint, but you can have some fun with it.
Absolutely.
And the good thing with the Lehman Russ is you can still, mod it to your heart's content. There's plenty of surfaces where you can add details, like, well, I did that one for when I redid that my brain just suddenly stopped halfway through a sentence.
Brain
When
fart.
I tidied that, when I tidied up that one that I bought off eBay, I added like some las guns and a couple of shovels to the little storage area at the back.
Yeah.
Because I just happened to have them lying around. So
Yeah, it was a nice job you done on that.
the funny thing is, if you look into Warhammer lore, or if you actually imagine what the Leman Russ would actually be like, it's always like a little tiny tank, but it would actually be about as tall as your house.
Yeah.
In reality.
Oh, right, yeah.
Tea. I'm so addicted to tea. I was saying to Colin before we started, like when I was drinking coffee all day, every day, I'd have a cup of coffee and then I'd just carry on doing what I was doing. And then next time I was in the kitchen, I'd make myself a brew. However, since I started drinking tea about 2 months ago, specifically Barry's tea, as soon as I finish a cup, I'm trying to figure out how to get downstairs to get my next brew.
Yeah. Get your Barry's tea, yeah.
And I was saying to him, it's like, I'll brush my teeth, but I know that once I brush my teeth, I can't really have another cup of tea for about an hour, and that really makes me unhappy. Yeah. So I plan my toothbrushing time after meals so I can at least get a cup of tea in before I go and brush my teeth. It's like, what do they put in tea that makes it so addictive? It's like crack. I didn't get this with coffee. Yeah. Either that or my kidney's gone and I'm permanently dehydrated. One of the two.
Yeah.
I know which I prefer, but...
Yeah, that Barry's tea is mildly addictive, isn't it, mate?
Yeah. Oh, sniffles. I can start working on that now. So I've got the paint down. What I need to start doing now is just tidying up. And it's just ever so slightly damp brush, and I'm just blending and teasing, fussing.
Bettling. Finagling.
On horizontal surfaces you can't really do much, but on angled or verticals you can start doing streaks here and there. What are you doing right now, dude?
I am doing orc building, i.e. you don't use a measure, you just look at it, does it fit, and you will it to work.
Wait, isn't that how all buildings done? That's how I do all my construction when I'm being useless at building things.
So they've cobbled together a platform to put a funnel on.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're doing your funnel, aren't you?
Yeah, so I am faffing around with that. And then, faffulation, doing it badly, doing it however I want, because I can.
Mm-hmm. And given that it's orc, it's not really a funnel. I think it's more of a chimbly.
Chimbly with a B, yeah?
Yeah, chimbly. Chimbly with a B-L-E-Y. Because it seems it's orc. I think it's more of a chimbly, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go.
It's a chimbly, Mary Poppins. It is,
Chim, chimbly, chim, chimbly, chim, chim. Dick Van Dyke just... Oh.
Yeah.
He only narrowly escaped damnation for that by doing diagnosis murder.
Yeah.
That gave him that was his Hail Mary. He got away with that. He was forgiven.
That was his redemption, wasn't it? But it was many years before he could surface in London, yeah.
Yeah, or ever. Anyway. Oh, blimey, Mary Poppins! Slap.
Oh, really?
I don't have any of that here, thank you.
Yeah, it's like, someone take him outside and shoot him.
Yes. Take this man outside and just leave him there. Thank you. Goodbye.
There you go. It will work because the orc wants it to.
Yes.
Doesn't have to, but he wants it to.
That's how orcs work.
When I did the video for this earlier, it's like, it's going to go on here. Whether it'll work or not doesn't matter, because I haven't asked the orcs. I've not spoken to them today. Yeah. But yeah, something along them lines, mate.
Yeah.
With a big load of pipe work and gubbins going on in there somewhere. So,
yeah. For anyone that doesn't know how orcs work, The thing about orcs is that the Imperium of Man has for a long time tried to study orc technology. Like when they capture orc equipment in the field, they try and examine it and study it to see if they can learn how to make that technology for themselves and things. And they never have been able to, because when they get orc technology, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because orcs are basically psychers. They're genetically designed to have like psychic abilities, and they have this. I can't remember what it's actually called, but it's a real Douglas Adams kind of thing. That basically, because the orcs were designed as a weapon by the ancients, what they do is they build something without any real knowledge of how it works, but because they want it to work, it actually works.
Yeah.
So orc technology only works because the orcs believe it will work. Now there's actually a human commissar whose name instantly escapes me, and oh god, that's really embarrassing. He's like the most famous Imperial Guard commissar. Yarrick, right. He's called Yarrick. And like the orcs don't really rate humans much, humies. But there are some humans, because the orcs were basically designed as weapons. Their entire purpose is to fight. That's what they do. If there's nowhere else to fight, they'll just fight each other. And they don't necessarily respect the humans.
No.
Out and out. They're just another thing to fight. But they do respect the Emperor, because they don't really understand him. They do respect the Emperor, and they do respect this Commissar Yarrick, because this Commissar managed to defeat one of their big war bosses.
Oh, right.
Or at least doing a lot of damage. Ghazghkull Thraka. So the orcs respect him, and the orcs just kind of believe that he's kind of indestructible.
Yeah.
But this is the thing with orc psychic abilities, because they believe that Commissar Yarrick is kind of indestructible. He kind of is.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like he walks around, but he's got a massive orc power fist, like a strap to his arm, because his arm was cut off.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
And he's kind of not indestructible for real, but orcs are
more or less.
Almost they're kind of afeared of him. If he turns up on the battlefield, they're all like, "Oh no," because they think he's indefeatable. So he kind of is.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about orcs. And there are some people in the who study like 40k lore that have even put forward the idea that the Emperor is like the corpse on the throne, the carrion throne, because he's for the last 10,000 years he's been on the verge of death.
Yeah.
And he's only kept alive because they sacrifice 10,000 psychers every day to give him the psychic energy so he can do what he needs to do. Anyway, not that that's interesting, but there are those people that think the only reason that the Emperor's still alive is because the orcs believe that he's still alive.
Yeah.
And it's this like real meta thing that everything that happens in the Warhammer universe, theoretically you could say the only reason any of it happens is because the orcs believe it happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? This is insane.
Because they believe it, yeah.
Yeah. So it's this fascinating lore, in deep lore in the universe that I love it. I love 40k lore. I don't know enough about it, but I do watch various videos, and I haven't read any of the books. But
I was going to say, I can feel a book coming on for some reason.
Well, I haven't done any of the legwork of actually reading any of the books, and the funny thing with 40k lore is it's not like you just get one book with all the lore in it. But there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of like fiction books based on the universe, so people have pieced it all together from little fragments here and there. It's not like you can, like Star Wars, you can go and find a book about lore and read. You can't.
Yeah, read it and it's done. Yeah.
Yeah, in 40k it might be something that a character says in one line of dialogue in one page in a book, and then somebody else might mention that same thing again, like 10 years later in a different, unrelated book. People have just pieced it together. It's amazing. I love it, but some of it's hilarious.
Let's do a bit on the wheels. I've got that colour out.
Get your colour out.
Get your colour out. £3 per pound. All of that.
Free for pain. How was that? Was that good?
That was good, mate. I'm going to let you have that one.
It's almost like you've got to say it's like free for pain. I don't know how you would spell it. I don't know how you actually write that.
What? Pound?
Free for pain.
Pound. P-A-N-D. Pound. Pound, isn't it?
It's like, you know, to a yuppie, you don't live in a house. You live in an H-I-C-E, a heis.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's Ponzi yuppies and we don't like them.
Oh, yuppies.
We don't talk about such people anymore.
Yeah. Pinstripe shirts and braces, eh? Mm.
Pinstripe shirts with white collars. Oh.
Yeah.
Just die in a fire. Oh, no.
File of faxes. Yeah.
I remember when I was a young lad and I was like probably about 15 or 16. I was doing all my drawing and stuff.
Yeah.
I was still like, you know, doing my cartoon art. And I used to like doing like fake comic book covers. To my shame, they were always like Marvel comic book covers because I knew the Marvel comic book cover with like the comics code thing in the top left and the little character pictures. So I used to do that, but I'd do all kinds of random shit. But one of the things was like some, I don't know where, I think, to my absolute shame, given that I've always said that I hate Marvel comics, in my youth I actually had a couple of what are now probably quite valuable and quite rare.
Really?
Comics. I had Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, blimey.
The first one. I had the first one. I had that.
Yeah.
It's long gone now. That's probably worth a fortune now. And I looked them up recently and I was like, oh, God, I remember it now. But anyway. So it was the typical thing of like characters on the front and then something happening and then like you had like the good guy and the bad guy in the same picture somehow in some way. And it was like somebody, I can't remember what it was called, but it was something like, oh, what the hell was it now? It was something about yuppies, but it was like, it was in that kind of style of the agency that the guys were agents of was an acronym, but it spelled out yuppie, so Y-U-P-P-I, but I never actually. And it was like he's there and he's got like a blue striped shirt with a white collar and he's got Filofax on his belt,
Oh,
like an ammo pouch.
Yeah.
And I remember the character I actually drew was heavily based on a drawing I saw of the old SO tiger, but in the days when it was like a semi-realistic tiger.
Yeah.
So it was like that, and it was, I can't remember what it was now. And I remember there was the main character was like it was just a one shot comic book front, so I put little characters on it because like in the top left you always had like the heroes. It was a group of heroes.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the bad guys were. I can't remember now anyway. But like the heroes were like this tiger character, and there was like a female character who was a papillon dog, which is like a little black and white dog with massive butterfly ears, which is why they're called papillons. And some other like prosaic little good guy. Oh no, I can't remember. I just vaguely remember it. But God, it's going back. But I didn't even know what a yuppie was. I just knew it was kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, bloody yuppies with a scourge of the 80s.
They were the agents of Yuppie, and they were fighting the evil share crisis, another acronym. I never bothered to work out what share crisis was an acronym of, or Yuppie. I don't know. I've just remembered all that as I've been talking about it. God, I knew so little in those days.
Oh mate, it's as you still remember them walking around, and it's like
I had a file effect.
Down there, local wine bars, weren't they?
I mean, it was in the 80s. I was like a teenager at school, and I think a few of us, like the parents would, my mum and dad, one Christmas I got various presents, and one of them was like a file of facts.
Yeah.
But I was at school, and it's like, you know what? It was actually kind of useful at school because.
Oh yeah, I had the one with the compass insert and the calculator thing and all of that.
Yeah.
All the different pages. Yeah.
Yeah, because I could use it was basically just a giant notebook with other useful things in it. So at school it was great, but like I wasn't an adult, so.
Yeah, I think there was the periodic table in there, that sort of thing, all school-related stuff.
Mine was a generic businessman's Filofax. It wasn't actually education-related. But yeah, I actually found it quite useful. I could put all of the 3 phone numbers of people that I knew in it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't need a phone in them days. We just went around to people's houses.
Absolutely. Yeah. Open boxes and, yeah. That's what I mean. When you think about it, the huge difference now, but just in that short period, it's phenomenal, really.
Oh, yeah. It's like, when I was this is the old man rant now. When I was a kid, I'm sure this doesn't happen anymore, but like, say you've got 2 kids that live on the same street. Not that really happens anymore.
Yeah.
2 kids that live on the same street. When was the last time one of them went round to the kid's house and knocked on the door and said, is whatever playing out?
Yeah, coming out to play, yeah. That was social networking for us.
Yeah.
Going across the field and having a game of football.
Yeah. And like you say, hi, Mrs. whatever, Mrs. Smith, is Tommy coming out to play? And she's like, Tommy, Mike Fox is here. Oh, I'm having a poo. Okay, he's having a poo. All right, okay.
Yeah. Don't be in late.
Or occasionally like, no, I'm not friends with him anymore. Oh no, he's not friends with you anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back tomorrow.
Come back tomorrow, you're best of mates again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's always the way.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah, kids don't do that nowadays. No. Are you playing out? I bet I can't imagine the last time a child in this country actually uttered the words, "Are you playing out?"
Yeah. Well, I don't know, honestly, know now what they do, to be honest with you. I mean, because mine are grown
they just
up.
Send each other. Well, nowadays they just send each other WhatsApp. Are you coming out? But I don't think that they use the term "Are you playing out" anymore. If
someone had said to you, there would be webcams and that sort of thing, you would have thought that was not going to happen in your lifetime.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't have thought it. So yeah.
We had no concept. When I was first I was first exposed to computers in the early 80s, but
yes,
late 70s, early 80s, and that was like
BBC Microns, wasn't it?
No, we had an Atari 400 here, and then my brother got a couple of ZX Spectrums and things, but we had no concept of the internet, what was to come, or I mean, it wouldn't anyway, because at the time, whatever you had was the cutting edge.
Oh, yeah. Remember our first lesson with the school computer,
Oh, yeah.
It was brought in on 2 big gurneys. Tape drives and all, the big plastic cartridge that you loaded up, and it was, I
mean, we had... when I was at secondary school, this is towards the late 80s, we had 2 computer rooms. The first one was upstairs, and that was all BBC Model Bs.
Yeah.
And very early IBM compatible type PCs, the big beige boxes with the screens, monochrome screens and stuff. And all you did in that classroom was all we learnt was basically how to use some kind of word processing program on the BBC Model B to write letters and stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't computing, it was more like typing. But not
pretty
typing.
Much. Yeah.
It was basically how to it's hard to explain. But then there's another computer room downstairs which wasn't just a computer room, but I never went in there. But in that one, I don't know what used to happen there, because they had things like the Commodore PETs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And even older computers, and that was all where the older kids went. And I'm like, I wonder what goes on in there.
Yeah.
That was like, it's like just so yeah. To think that I've actually been in the same room as a Commodore PET.
It was such in its infancy, wasn't it, back then? No, that was the thing.
That's the weird thing. I mean, a Commodore PET to some people now is like Alan Turing's bomb computer to us. It's just like, whoa.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had no idea what the future was going to hold. We had
no idea.
It's like
where it was going to go.
because it's the kind of thing like you almost could think, well, you must have been able to expect something like the internet, and it's like, well, no, we had no idea. It's not like we even predicted it because it was nothing that had ever been experienced by us. It's hard to explain, really.
Well, it was so far out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when we were in our doing computer stuff, we were doing like games. It was like, before I got into video games in the early 2000s with the Xbox, my experience before that was really like the Amiga that I had and games. Yeah. And then for a little while, Mama Fox had a PC that she used for like, documents and stuff and Word. So I played Quake on that, but there was no we had no inkling of like networking or.
Well, a computer game back then, Fox, was you've walked into a room. On the right is a cabinet with blah blah blah, and the door is opposite, and it was all typed commands, and.
Oh yeah, going back far enough. I suppose the only inklings we ever got of any kind of networky type stuff in the least would have been with things like Quake when they came out, and we started to play like LAN people playing Quake over LAN, and you started to get a hint then of like the potential for linking computers together. But predicting the internet, we didn't have a chance. Nobody like us would have ever predicted anything like that.
Oh no.
It's easy to look back on now and say, you must have seen it come. It's like, no, we really didn't.
Oh, no, because tomorrow's world, it was all over cars, wasn't it? And all of that. But, I can remember when compact discs first came out. It was witchcraft, wasn't it?
What was your first compact disc? Can you remember?
Cool.
I can remember.
Blimey. I think it was Dire Straits, Brother in Arms.
I've had that. My first one was bizarrely a collection of Bach organ works.
Oh right,
pipe organ. And I remember because I spent my entire life up to that point listening to music on cassette and LPs and stuff.
Yes.
And having my tiny mind blown by the quality of this recording of some pipe organ in a church in Germany somewhere. It was astounding. I'm like, wow. But what blew my mind even more was the original recording was like from 1968.
Yeah.
And a lot of the classical stuff was like 30 or 40 years old. It was that good recording, but you never heard it that well because it was all on cassette. Just hearing like the echo and the acoustics of the church. Because up until then, you listen to stuff on cassette, it'd just be crappy, but suddenly I could hear like the acoustics of the church, and I could hear the thump of the foot pedals on the organ, and I could hear occasionally like the faint rumble of traffic outside. It's like, wow,
absolutely,
it's amazing.
Yes, Jamie. In answer to your question, mate, just PM us, mate. Yeah.
Not so much me, I would say.
Yeah. John Pole says, how's Colin doing? I'm all right, John, mate. How's yourself, buddy?
Yeah, not so much me for that one because I'm dealing with some stuff at the minute. So.
No worries. But Jamie.
Yeah. I'm not in the best place to be. Yeah.
I'm lucky. I'm just coming out of a bad one, so.
Yeah. I normally would, but right at the minute, it's not. I'm not in the right place to.
But,
do such things.
Just PM me, mate. It's not a problem. I may not get back to you straight away, Jamie, but I will get back to you, mate. It's just I have a rather bizarre sleep pattern at the moment, so, yeah.
No, you're just rather bizarre. It's as simple as that.
Well, yeah, I know that.
This is my mate Colin. He's rather bizarre. Hello.
I've been called worse.
Oh, yeah. You've been called things I can't even spell.
Absolutely. Yeah, mate, thick skin, mate. I do like Orc.
You do like Orc, don't you?
I do.
I know you would. It's basically, if you buy a box of Orcs, he's basically buying a box full of football hooligans. What's not to like?
Yeah, it's a box of Festas, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. You should give them all little pork pies if they don't already have headwear.
Yeah, even cobbling this little thing together has just been fun.
Yeah. Because it's just silly nonsense. There's no way around it. It's just silly nonsense.
Well, it's like anything, you know, you just come up with these random things and I make them. It's like, yeah, could do with a catapult on the back with some squigs. Yeah, well, I'll make that.
There you go.
Rose nests and things. It's just like...
Did you know, you'll like this, there's actually a weapon. And I can't remember what it's called. It might be just the shock cannon. I can't remember. It's SHOKK.
Yeah.
And although this might not be the right name for it, it might be something else. But there is a weapon, basically. If you say shock cannon, it sounds like it just fires electricity, but it doesn't. What it does is, it's kind of a teleporter.
Yeah.
Which an orc would spell T-E-L-L-Y, porter.
Yeah.
But what it does is, they use this weapon to basically, an orc will fire a grot into an enemy.
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, literally, because what will happen is the grot will dematerialise and then rematerialise at the aim wherever it was aimed at.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
So what they like to do is they like to get like a grot or a small squig, or well, especially a squig. And what they'll do is if they've got one of these weapons, they can get this. Say there's a bane blade coming down on them. What they could do is fire this weapon at the bane blade. And what will happen is, whatever they choose to fire, be it a grot or a squig or anything, will dematerialise and then materialise in the bane blade.
Oh, right, yeah.
Or inside a crew member in the bane blade.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And the idea is that the confusion that suddenly appears, especially if it's materialised inside someone, is so much that it just all goes like somebody suddenly finds like a grot materialised inside them. That's going to get messy. All the crew's going to just lose their minds. I love that. I love that kind of stupid idea for stupid weapons.
That's why I do orc then. Stupid ideas. Yeah.
I don't think it was supposed to be used like that, but I think occasionally like a grot would get in the way and just find himself transported inside an Imperial Guardsman or a Space Marine or something.
Yeah, but it just works, doesn't it? It's like...
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called now. But that vehicle, that shock jump dragster, that's the same principle. That glowy engine on the back is supposed to make it jump short distances through.
Oh, right.
I think,
yeah.
Oh, no, I've remembered what it is now. Oh, I've remembered it. No, it... Basically, if you fire the weapon with, say, a grot, whatever, it teleports the grot or the squig or whatever you're firing into the warp.
Yeah.
Which is like, there's reality and then there's the warp, which is the dimension between. But nothing alive can cope with being in the warp. So whatever you fired, be it a grot or a squig, will instantly go insane.
Yeah.
And go absolutely manic, and then will rematerialise in a bane blade or the enemy vehicle or inside an enemy.
Oh, cool.
And so it makes it even worse. You'll have this insane, absolutely mentally broken, blathering thing suddenly materialising in your vehicle, colleague, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll have to. I didn't explain it very well, but it's It just, you realise how insane their weapons are. I shall have a look at chat in a moment. I'm just getting carried away doing my little bits here.
No, you do your bits, mate. I should do a bit of chat in a sec.
I've nearly finished this.
I did start and then picked up a paintbrush.
Yeah, that's the thing. We do apologise, by the way, folks. I mean, you're all regular viewers anyway, so you know.
Yeah.
But this is the one show where, like, I mean, on Sunday we tend to not do as much work because it's Sunday and we can't be asked. But
yeah,
this is the one show where we actually have a good time, but we actually get to do some work. So
I know
we get carried away. So
yeah, we don't intentionally forget the chat. It's just we are really bad at doing the chat.
Yeah, I challenge any of you to do some like complicated or even interesting painting and not get completely distracted and forget there's actually people watching. Yeah. Anyway, I've talked far too much. I'm shutting up now. You can carry on for a bit. Sure.
Yeah,
sure,
no worries, mate. No, for me, it's just learning all the new stuff about Warhammer. Really, you know, I didn't get Orc at first until you sat and chatted about it, and then I was like, yeah, I kind of get it now. And having built a few, it's like, yeah.
I did send you a link for Lutin's channel, didn't I? Have you had a chance to watch any of that yet?
I haven't yet, mate. I still haven't watched Deep Space Nine, mate. Yeah.
Well, I would say if ever you want to learn the lore, that channel's probably the best one.
Best one to go to, is it?
Yeah, because he's easy to listen to. There's a few other channels that do like 40k lore.
Yeah.
But by a process of elimination, they're either racist, sexist, xenophobes.
Yeah.
I won't mention no names. They basically read out 1D4chan entries or Wikipedia and completely steal the content and just read it out lifelessly.
Oh,
or
lovely.
you can't bear to listen to their voice for more than 2 minutes.
Oh,
but
right.
Lutin's really... I could sit and listen to Lutin all day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a good place to learn. And he describes the orcs really well. You'll get orcs. If you watch his videos on orcs, you'll get them. So I strongly recommend his stuff, Lutin. Anyway, I was going to say something. Yes, people in chat. I'll have a quick look at chat. People in chat.
Yeah.
We're
Ask
running out of
us
stuff
anything.
to talk about. Yeah, we're running out of stuff to talk about. So for the love of dog, please ask us questions. Let's have a look. Ask Colin anything.
Oh, yeah. Ask me what you like. No problem.
Let's have a look.
I don't know the winning lottery numbers, though. That's the only thing.
Oh, you're a fool. You're no use to me at all now, then. Can't drink tea. Coffee is my lifesaver, says Richie Lamb. That was me for coffee, as I used to love coffee and I hated tea, but I've just suddenly started drinking Barry's tea all the time. Aisha says, I'm posh. I have the Tassimo Costa coffee lattes. Ooh.
That is
Aisha
posh.
Also, to make up for that nonsense, she also says, I'm going to have an orc-themed Christmas this year. Christmas tree.
Oh, good girl.
That makes up for this coffee nonsense. That should keep the cats away from me tree, she says. I do like a frothy coffee, says Aisha. John Paul's in.
Hello, John. All right, mate.
Got a new motor?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, by the way, John. He did ask me earlier.
Oh, jolly good. He put a comment. He says, hi all. How is Colin doing? And then he says, how? He missed off the edge. But that's quite funny, really.
Yeah, no, I'm doing all right, mate. Day by day. Yeah, happy days, mate.
Edward Leonard says, my wife got me a DeLonghi automatic espresso maker from her old job for $25 and it grinds your coffee beans, tamps the pot and makes your coffee. Original cost about $1,000.
Wow. That's serious, isn't it?
I never had a Tassimo machine. I literally my coffee of choice was Dow Egbert's Gold.
Oh, right.
We used to buy a big tin that's about 2 foot tall off the internet once every couple of months, and that'd be my coffee then.
Yeah, my missus used to like rum bolts. She used to drink that.
But
I don't know what she drinks now.
yeah,
She does like her coffee. She's a bit like Spiddy.
yeah. But I had to kind of lay off the coffee. But I was drinking too much, and I was going through some things that coffee wasn't helping. So
Yeah.
but I've found since I've been drinking tea, when I'm doing like little fiddly things, my hands aren't doing this all the time. But last time I filmed a part work, it was like I'm trying to put these things together and my hands are like trying to screw bits together.
That's what I was saying to you earlier before we went live, when I used to get the really coffee headaches. So that's why I stopped drinking it.
Yeah.
It was like tar, I must admit, but...
Candygram says, when I learned Fortran in college, it was the first semester that it was not taught using punch cards. I caught hell from my friends for having life too easy.
Yeah. Punch cards, bloody hell.
Edward Leonard says, I used to run an NC machine that ran on punch tapes.
Yeah. Still got different overlays for your keyboards, didn't you, that you had to put on?
Oh, God, yeah. Yep. Candygram says, my first CD was a sampler of Motown hits. Still have it, and the music is still timeless to me. Yeah. My second CD ever, the first one was selection of Bach. What was it called? It might have been called Bach Organ Works.
Yeah.
Anyway, the second CD was Mike Oldfield's Amarok.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which, again, given the fact it was CDs were all new and I've been listening to crappy cassettes and records for years.
Yeah.
The crisp clarity of that recording was mind-blowing for me.
Yeah.
Like, you put it in and because the whole album is lots of tiny little sounds and instruments.
Yeah.
And there's lots of very quiet bits. And to have that with no hiss.
Well, yeah, you didn't have the white noise, did you, of vinyl?
No. So, to go from cassettes and records to suddenly this album that's designed to have lots of tiny sounds, and yet it was absolutely silent. It was amazing. Yeah. My tiny dinosaur mind was blown.
Suitably hooked.
Richie Lamb says, the kids of today don't know the trials and heartache of trying to tape the music charts on a Sunday night or on a cassette and pencil.
Yeah.
And then he says, God, that makes me sound old. You're officially old if you've got a cassette in your collection in your house somewhere marked top 40.
Yeah, we've all got a tape of that somewhere.
Yeah, it says top 40.
Yeah.
We've got one somewhere.
Dan, that does make you feel old.
Yep. Edward says, I thought the art of fixing cassettes was a waste of time and hassle, but later on I got a job as a projectionist and I had to splice how many reels of movies together, put them on a platter for one movie.
Oh, I remember splicing tapes with the old tape splicer.
Never did that. Nigel's Modelling mentions in, he says, hello men, glad you got the funnel call. It's actually 1/200 from HMS Hood.
From HMS Hood. Oh, there you go, mate.
You are supposed to sand the lump off the bottom of the funnel and also sand the excess off the bottom of the ring.
Yeah.
Have you got some excess on the bottom of your ring?
Yeah, there you go. Sanded the lump off. Yeah, look at that.
Is the bottom of your ring excessive?
Well.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, it ain't, no. Yeah, I'm trying to clean that up.
Jamie Bones says, got to go now. So hopefully I can get some sleep. Take care, buddy. Hope you can sleep.
Yeah, take care, mate. PM me and we'll sort something out, mate.
Yeah. Question for Colin the Orc expert, asks Cryo the Punching Bag. Why is it called Gorka Morka?
No idea. I'm not an orc expert, mate.
In Orc society, there are two gods. Gork and Mork. There's two different factions of orcs. There's those who believe that there are two gods, one called Gork and one called Mork, and there are those who believe there are two gods, one called Mork and one called Gork.
Yeah.
And they don't get along.
Yeah.
But that's as much as I know. There are two like in orc mythology. Those are the two progenitors of the orc race, Gork and Mork.
Absolutely. No, I don't sell myself as an oracle of Warhammer, mate. I'm just learning.
Yeah.
This is only the third orc thing I've built, so yeah.
Yep.
I don't play the game or anything.
No. Scale Model Ninja asks, does that mean you are ancient if you have a collection of 8-track cassettes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably the only person in. Where's Scale Model Ninja? UK.
He's up north somewhere.
You're probably like one of the 3 people in the UK that actually still has 8-track cassettes or ever bought 8-track cassettes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it means you're ancient and of a very small population.
Absolutely.
There's you, Tech Moan, and about 4 other people I can think of that might have an 8-track cassette player. There's nothing wrong with 8-track cassettes. They were quite good for their time. Somebody, you can guarantee you probably know somebody who had a Capri with an 8-track in it.
Oh, yeah. There's probably someone who's still got an 8. There's probably someone out there who's still got an 8-track in their current car. You never know.
They're quite good, really.
Hello, Mum.
I remember
She
watching.
can't hear me.
No, she can't hear. I remember watching a Tech Moan video where I was taking one apart to try and get it to work and stuff, and it's amazing seeing how they actually worked. Right, that's the barrels and butt plate. Slightly
It's like
weathered.
anything, though, isn't it? I mean, vinyl's having that resurgence now where people are wanting vinyl again.
Oh yeah, because I think the thing is more the. It's more kind of. It's not for the quality. It's just for.
Oh no, it's nostalgia.
Culture. Yeah. Well, not even that. I think some of it's a culture thing as well. It's like a. I don't know. It's similar to like if flares came back in fashion, or I don't know, perms or something for men. I don't know. It's just one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah, can't see me getting a perm, mate. Can you?
No, I think a lot of it came from like the hip hop scene as well and stuff, where they were using all the old records to mix samples.
Yeah,
the early sampling,
mixing,
sampling stuff gave birth to that resurgence, I think, as well, because he used to sample all the old records for little drum loops and stuff.
Some of them guys were really good at that, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
You know, whether or not you like the musical genre, you can't take away the fact that, yeah, them guys could really, especially a really good DJ. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I had a collection of like sample CDs from back in the day, like, you know, various things like cold cuts and things like that.
Yeah.
Where they'd make part of their sample libraries available, and you bought this CD and you could use them. And some of the
you was heavily into that, wasn't you? Your electronic pop or synth stuff, weren't you?
Yeah, I had a few samples. It's like
Kraftwerk stuff, wasn't it?
Well, not Kraftwerk so much, but yeah. I mean, I had a couple of samplers and things, so
yeah,
I used to like building up rhythms and stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, rhythm loops and stuff with samples. So it was quite nice to be able to use actual samples and rhythms that were used by proper actual, you know,
yeah,
recording artists as well. I can't remember what some of them were called. There was the names like Funky Loops and things. It was great.
Panzer Koenig's in, saying good morning, or are we sitting comfortably? Yes, mate, we are. How you doing, mate?
Yes.
Richie Lamb's hoping flares come back into fashion. I've got a wardrobe full of them, and the S belts to go with them. Yeah.
Oh, snake belt. Do you remember snake belts? Actually, I have to admit, about 6 months ago, I actually looked for snake belts on Amazon.
Yeah.
I fancied getting a snake belt. I don't know why. I was like, I should get a snake belt. But
High wasters.
Unfortunately, they were all a bit like crappy Chinese knockoff type things. I didn't really want to waste my money.
High waist trousers with pockets on the sides.
Don't remember them so much. I wish flare. I actually, as I've got older, I've started to appreciate flared trousers. Not like proper bell bottoms that cover your entire foot, but I've got a couple of pairs of jeans that are boot cut and they have a slight flare to them. And it's like, you know what?
Oh, you get a bit of the old ankle flappage going on, do you?
No, but it's more like, because a few of the jeans are like boot cut and it's like they got a little bit. I'm like, you know what? I could rock a pair of flares. I'd probably be quite happy to.
Well, the thing is as well, don't forget, is we are men of a certain age, and skinny jeans at our age is not a particularly good look, is it? Let's be honest.
Well, that's the thing, though. Don't forget that in the 70s, if you had a pair of flared jeans, what you actually had was a pair of skin-tight jeans to the knee, and then the rest of it was flared.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a way to get out of having skin-tight jeans, because they were always tight at the crotch.
And if you was really lucky, you had the flare that had the triangular insert of a different colour in it.
Oh, God, no. I don't think I would have gone that far. You're just getting a bit bourgeois now, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah. Embrace the flares.
A bit more upper class, I think, than I was when it came to flares. Yeah, but the thing is, I could quite happily rock a pair of flared jeans right now. Some of my bootcut jeans are almost. You could probably get away with saying they were flared. And
yeah,
like,
you'd get away with it.
Pair of flared jeans and my my red and white Converse sneaks. I'd be happy with that.
Oh dear. Bless you. Of course, is it Monday your special day?
My special day?
Yeah, your special day. Is it this Monday coming?
No, December.
Oh, is it? For some reason I thought it was this Monday. I don't know why.
No, I don't even know what date it is today.
20th, mate. 20th.
Well, I know it's Thanksgiving on Sunday. Is it not?
It is.
22nd of November. To all our colonial cousins, it's Thanksgiving.
I think it is Thanksgiving Day, yeah.
Yeah. Because I only know that because there's two things that happen in November: my brother's birthday and Thanksgiving.
Mm.
And Thanksgiving is irrelevant to me, but...
So
No. No, my birthday is for people that want to be able to send me things. It's the 5th of December.
Yeah.
Make sure your gifts arrive before then. Your expensive gifts need
It's
to
a
arrive
very
before then.
special one this year because Fox has been 49 now since I've known him. And, yeah.
This year, I'm going to be 49 and a half.
Yeah, 49 and a half, eh?
Yeah. I had a look earlier on today, actually. I was reading something, I can't remember what it was. And I thought, I looked online for, what happened on my birthday, on my day of my birth in 1971. And you know what happened on the day I was born?
What's that?
Fuck
Nothing.
off. Nothing of any interest. Oh, there was some India-Pakistan conflict, and somebody you've never heard of died, and it was about it.
Oh, mate. Oh, I'm gutted for you.
Some actor carked it. Nothing actually happened. Nothing of any great import happened on the day I was born.
Oh.
I'm sure it being the 1970s in Britain, it was cold and miserable and depressing.
Yeah. Friday cars were abundant.
Yep, every car was a Friday afternoon car.
Yeah, 3-day week. It was the winter of discontent, wasn't it? The streets full of rubbish. Yeah.
What was that? I was 75,
75, 76, when it was the drought.
Was that Edward Heath? Was that Heath that did that?
Edward Heath and James Callaghan, wasn't it?
That's it, James Callaghan. There you go.
Yeah, winter of discontent. Yeah.
In the days when my glasses that I wear now would have been mildly trendy.
Yeah, I remember that. Piles and piles of rubbish everywhere. Damn, I'm amazed as a country we didn't catch every disease known to man that year.
Oh, we did. It was the 70s. Everybody had rickets and scurvy and shit like that.
Yeah.
What I want to know, though, is this is the thing that gets me. If you look at men in the 70s, like young men, going out on the town and they're looking all trendy in their flares and, tight bomber jackets and whatever they were wearing.
Yeah.
If you ever look at the men's hair, it's always minging.
Yeah.
It's always like got a wave to it, but it's like plastered to the head and it's minging. It's
Brill
like
cream.
No, I don't mean I mean like long-haired types with their Castro jacket and their flared trousers. I don't mean like respectable people. And it's like the hair was always it's like greasy and horrible, and it's like was shampoos just really crap in the 1970s?
Well, yeah, I think it was VO5, wasn't it? And Vosine, I don't know, but
I mean, was it?
I can remember the blokes. They used to have like the crew cut haircut, but with really long sides and back. When it was like really weird hairstyles.
No, I'm thinking more the floppy-haired hippie type.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not hippie in the 70s, but
no, it was just oily, wasn't it? All oily and gnarly, and just looked like it hadn't been washed for months.
Yeah, and it's even when they wash the hair, and it's like when I had long hair, it was floaty and it would move around, and it wasn't stuck to my head like a greasy dead cat. But yet, when you see the people in the 70s, they've always got this greasy hair that doesn't move, and it's like.
I was always envious of people that had straight hair, because when my hair was long, it was like Slash out of Guns N' Roses. It was this big curly mop of wildness. And,
But then my other question is my dad's generation, born in the 30s, when he was a young man in the 50s, it seemed, and he had the same thing. It was this kind of what I like to call curly whirly high tower engineer hair, which is that kind of very British hair where it's cut short, but it's got a kind of wave to it, across the forehead, and it's like a hairstyle that you didn't really see after the 50s.
Yeah, it was corrugated hair, wasn't it?
It's like what did and my dad had it, and it was just the way it grew, and I'm like, was there something about men born in the 30s that had this curly whirly high tower engineer hair?
I got no idea, mate, but yeah, it does make you wonder.
Yeah. It's like nowadays people just have hair.
Yeah.
And it can't. I don't. When I'm saying about the men's hair, this is the thing. Like, if you look at women's hair in the 70s, it was always like Farrah Fawcett style, flowy, clean, and
Yeah.
so it can't have just been the shampoos because the blokes were using the same shampoos. So why did blokes always have greasy, minging looking hair in the 70s? What was that all about?
Yeah, it just looks gnarly, doesn't it?
Even photographs of my brothers, my eldest brother, who was like a teenager in the more the 80s for him, but still with the I don't know.
Yeah. Not a good look, was it?
No. But if I could rock now a pair of flared jeans and a nice, slightly tight Cuban revolutionary type jacket, I'd be more than happy.
Bless you.
Yeah.
There.
But I would replace the 1970s Adidas trainers with my red and white Converse sneaks. Because I'm sorry, you're not.
Are they the ones with the little white thing on the ankle bone?
Yeah, they're the 10th Doctor sneakers.
Yeah.
But they just took the Converse label off.
Yeah, I get that.
Which is a bit of a pain when you like me, somebody who's into wearing big billowy greatcoats.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily want to look like the 10th Doctor, but every time you wear a greatcoat that's brown, you look like the 10th Doctor. It's like, I'm not trying to look...
Excuse the noise, I've just got to stand for a little bit so I'll do a bit of chat.
I went to a wedding once and I was stood outside because it was really hot. I was stood outside and I'd worn the nice, we had these nice brown, light brown morning suits.
Yeah.
And it was really hot and I went outside just to cool off. But after the wedding, it was the reception. I swapped my expensive patent leather shoes for just my sneakers because my feet were killing me.
Yeah.
So I'm walking around in this ever so slightly sort of tan coloured striped morning suit, waistcoat, jacket, trousers, and red and white sneakers. And I go and stand outside and I lift my head up to the sky and I hold my arms out just to de-sweat. I'm stood there and somebody walks past and says, "Are you regenerating?" And they took a photograph and the suit just looked exactly like sort of the 10th Doctor's brown suit. And it's like, oh God, because I was wearing the sneakers. Are you regenerating?
Cyro the Punchbag says, as someone who wears skinny jeans, yeah, whatever he says, I'll get bashed again like the last stream. Well, I'm a man of a certain age, mate. Skinny jeans wouldn't look good on me, mate.
Yeah.
You know,
I've not quite
don't get me wrong, if someone else wants to wear them, good luck to them, but me, nah. I'm a man of a certain build and a certain shape.
Were you right up in the microphone then?
Yeah, I did tell you that I was standing up.
Oh, right, because it suddenly got really loud in my ear. I'm like, whoa.
Oh.
I don't mean loud, but I mean you got really close in my ear.
Yeah, it's because I was trying to adjust my microphone, mate, but apologies, dude.
Yeah, I could...
He's never happy, you know. You're never happy.
I'm never happy. What was I going to say? I could probably get away with... not that skinny anymore.
Cairo says, I just realised how old you guys are compared to me. I was born in the 2000s. Hence why skinny jeans isn't a bad thing for a person of your age, but I'm 54, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing I'll never wear, and I can't abide, is when you get like skinny jeans nowadays, but where where it gets down to the ankle, they start off at normal at the top, and by the time they get to the ankle, they're skin tight. I got a pair of jeans from Matalan once, and I got them home and it was like the one I tried on was a bit too small, so I got the next size up off the shelf and didn't test it because it was the same pair of jeans, but it was a different pair of jeans. Yeah. And the ones I got, they fit great at the waist, but they wouldn't. At the bottom, they were like pencil wide. I'm like, what is this shit? I can't wear that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It looks stupid.
Richie Lamb's off to Dreamland, says, see you all Sunday. See you later, Richie. There you go, mate. Richie. Sleep well, buddy.
Yeah. Have a good one, buddy.
Nigel's saying, greasy hair must have been fashionable, Fox. He says, look at Dave Gilmore in that period. Exactly as you describe. He could have afforded the best hair care and barbers. Yeah.
But I don't understand it, though, because like women have the nice
fringes. Hair. Do you remember them?
Yeah, vaguely.
The blokes used to have that sort of crooked fringe, didn't they? And
yeah. But I could never... It's like, why... I can't imagine why women would like, or why men would think women would like greasy hair when the women went to all the effort of having nice hair. wouldn't they want the men to have nice? Seeing the men had long hair as well.
Yeah.
You think a woman saw a man with greasy hair, she'd be like, ew.
Absolutely.
So everybody looked like a train spotter. I'd be like, no thanks.
Aisha's gone to bed. She's way past her bedtime. No worries, Aisha. Thank you for
Take
coming
care,
in, my
Aisha.
darling.
Yep.
There's Panzer saying hello to everyone there.
Hello to everyone there.
What else was Nige saying further up? There was a comment there. Do you remember when CDs first came out? They told us they were indestructible. Yeah, right. Well, I can remember the Tomorrow's World programme when they did that. Do you remember? And he smeared, I think it was something like maple syrup on there and tried to play it, and it was like, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I remember
Exactly.
Tomorrow's World where they had an early precursor of a sat-nav, and it was basically, I think it was on a CD,
Yeah.
but it had like limited directions for like a small area, and they're driving this car around. It was rubbish, basically.
Jeff saying, by the way, Festa, all audio is coming through on both channels. Did you find a reason for the right and left? No, mate. I came down the following day, switched on slobs like normal. The computer's always on. And it was coming out like it is now, mate. So I did a video and sent it to Fox, said, I'm scratching my head on this one. Nothing's changed, mate. No settings on Windows, nothing. It's just, I think slobs dropped a nut, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Colin and I, we had we had a bit of a brainstorming session in Facebook chat, and I spent ages writing this big long reply. Here's my stream of consciousness thinking about what might have caused this. The next day, it's like, oh, it's just fixed itself. Okay.
Yeah. You know, it was funny the way you was like, hopefully this isn't patronising. I'm like, every point of that is because, yeah, every bit of that I've already done, mate.
Well,
but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, the thing is, whenever you've... Because in my like recording days, I used to have to deal with audio issues and balance and sound all the time.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, it's always something really obvious that you've just assumed.
No. Because I had it on Audacity where it was coming out perfectly on both channels.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's like, oh, have you done it on Audacity? It's like, yeah, it's perfect, mate. And like I say, went to bed, got up the following day, switched on slobs, boom. Perfectly level, so I got no idea, mate.
But it was one of those things where I had to say, you know, have you checked this switch? But it sounds really patronising, like saying, have you plugged it in?
Absolutely. Have you turned it on or off again?
I had to ask it because if I didn't ask it, it would have been the reason, and we would have been like, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, done that. Because the first thing I do, I unplug everything, I uninstall everything, microphone-wise, put all new drivers in, and methodically go through operating system checks for checkboxes, toggle switches, all of that lot, and then work my way through from a hardware then into the software and But
that's the thing. If anybody ever asks me for that kind of technical help, don't ever get offended that I ask the obvious questions. Like, have you turned it off and on again?
It was the delicate way you went, hopefully this isn't patronising. But it's like when you said about the dial on my microphone, it's off a bit. I took it off and it's on a semicircular potentiometer.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, dude.
I mean, that's what I said. I said it might just be the angle of the camera. I don't know, but it looked in the photograph like it was slightly off.
Oh no,
but
the white line is pierced, but yeah, it's on the cardioid.
Yeah, I did read up on and it can be quite a bit of a flicky switch, and I did actually try it on mine, and you can sit it between the two, and it does seem to jump to one or the other.
See, I'm pretty lucky on mine. It's almost like it's a geared. You know, it's a very sort of stiff click from one into the other. Boom, and it's...
Oh, no, it is, but if you do knock it... Because, I mean, I'm constantly, like, taking my microphone from the fitment over here and then moving it over there to the mount over there.
Oh, no, mine sits on the boom arm as it is. Yeah.
See, in doing that, I generally always, at some point, fiddle with the adjustment and knacker with the switches.
No, mine literally, I just... move the boom arm out the way, and the microphone is so far away from everything. But you got, like I say, you got to ask it. But
yeah,
it's one of the first things I checked. I spun it round, and it was like, yeah, it's on cardioid.
Yes. Anyway, I'm sure everybody in chat sitting there going, we've got no idea what you're talking about.
No, it's just one of them, though, isn't it? It's like you say, you get an audio issue, you're like, really? Because I thought Windows Update, but my updates are turned off. So
I had the worst audio issue ever, and it plagued me for 10 years. It plagued me for 10 years. when I used to have my keyboards and synthesizers and stuff. Whenever I did a drum track, I had various recording devices. I used to, over the years, I had a Tascam 388 Studio 1/4 inch reel-to-reel professional tape recorder, which had like a 1/4 inch reel-to-reel deck and a full mixing deck built in.
Yeah.
And it was designed for 1/4 inch reel-to-reel studio recording. So I had one of those. It was like an eight track mixing desk built in. And for a long time I used that to record to, and then eventually when I got a hard drive recorder, which in the early 90s was like, stupidly, it was like $1,500 for a 500 meg basically multi-track recorder that used a hard drive. It was very cutting edge.
Yeah.
I made good use of HP back in those days.
Yeah.
But for the years when I used the reel-to-reel and then afterwards, whenever I recorded a drum track, I'd always record in stereo, whatever I was recording. I got really sniffly now, so I apologise.
That's all right.
Whatever I'd do, I'd record every track in stereo. So if I was recording a synth track or whatever, I'd have the keyboard or the synthesizer going through various effects and then into the mixer, where I could balance it left or right in the stereo image somewhere. All the effects and reverbs and delays would be in stereo, but the sound would come out somewhere in the stereo field, wherever I wanted it to be. I also had a mixer before it went into the mixer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
every track on the mixer, there were 8 tracks. Track 1, all the way to the left. Track 2, all the way to the right panned.
Yeah.
So whenever I put a stereo signal into that, it would sound perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
Because the left channel's all on the left, right channel's all on the right, and therefore, if my synthesizer is on the other mixer is set in the centre, it just sounds like it's in the centre.
Yeah.
And this was fine. Apart from every time I recorded a drum track, the cymbals, the hi-hats, were always a little off to the right. Or it may have been to the left, I can't remember now. But they're always a little way off to the left or right, somewhere on the balance. And I couldn't figure this out. For years, I used to end up recording with like the balancing slightly off for drum tracks, so it was in the middle and it sounded in the middle.
Yeah.
But I could never figure it out because it was only ever drum tracks.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter which 2 tracks I used, whether it was 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, or 7 and 8 on the mixer. It doesn't matter which ones I used for drums. The cymbal would always be a little bit off to the side.
Yeah.
And it even got to the point of me spending like £700 one day to replace the recording heads on the reel-to-reel studio recorder because they were long discontinued and it cost a fortune to find replacement heads. Didn't fix it. So for about 10 years, I constantly had to adjust the balance. So the cymbals were always in the middle because I always wanted the cymbals in the middle. Your hi-hats should always be in the middle, bass in the middle. Other drum sounds can be elsewhere. Then one day, after I'd sold all my synthesizers and long given up all the music and stuff, I was stood outside in the days when I used to smoke, outside the house, having a cigarette. And we had swifts living in the roof. We still do.
Right.
They live in the roof. They come in the summer and they live in the roof. And I could hear the little swiftlets making little noises in the roof. And I turned around to speak to my friend, and I couldn't hear them.
Yeah.
So I turned back again, and I could hear them. And the penny dropped. For 10 years, I've been pulling my hair out, trying to figure out what the balance issue was on all my recording equipment, like 30, 40 grams worth of recording equipment was spread out across all these things.
And it was you.
It was my one of my ears doesn't have the same frequency range as my other ear.
Oh, bloody hell.
So the cymbals had always been dead in the middle, but with the headphones, my left ear or my right ear, whichever it was, couldn't quite hear them as clearly at the high frequencies for the cymbals, so it sounded like they were set off. 10 years I pulled my hair out, and it was me. I was not amused.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So consequently, if ever you listen to my music and there's a drum track, the hi-hat cymbal will always be a little off to the side because I thought it was in the middle. But I deliberately made it a lot off to the side because that's where it sounded like it was in the middle. 90s modelling bench. Audio question for Fox. Why do I always get a background hum when I use my phone to film? My iPhone to film. Have you got a microphone plugged in, or are you just using the built-in camera? Hum is normally feedback from an electronic component somewhere, making it into the audio circuit. If you have, for example, I had a situation once where I had a microphone connected into my recording setup.
Yeah.
And I was getting some. If it's a deep hum, it's usually a mains hum. It's usually electricity. It's a power hum. And what happened was the cable for the microphone went down under one of the keyboards and was going across a plug kettle lead that was going into the back of one of the synthesizers. But it was a very old kettle lead, a very old power lead. So the power lead was outputting some electromagnetic nonsense, which the microphone cable was picking up and then transmitting into the audio track. It took me ages to figure that one out. It could just be a bad connection. It could be anything, but it generally means if it's a low hum, it generally means there's
It's like an RF interference, you mean?
Yeah, there's something in the circuitry interfering with the recording. I find on iPhones, and I spot it in other people's videos now, if you record... I used to use a little lavalier mic plugged into the iPhone, but every 20, 30 seconds there's a little click like that. And I could never figure out what it was. Like a little, you almost can't hear it.
Yeah.
Never figured out what that was, so I had to stop using that. And on some phones, on some digital cameras and phones, if you may also find you get an audible noise when it focuses or zooms. Well, mostly when it does autofocus. If you've got autofocus on, it's some cheaper phones it can do that. It depends on the phone's mechanism. But sometimes the microphones can actually pick up things like the camera focusing. Depends on your phone. I don't think iPhones do that.
Yeah, I found I did a video and both microphones kicked in for some reason. I think the lead weren't plugged in, but I'm lucky because I voice over everything anyway. So
yeah, I mean, if you're filming on a mobile phone, it depends. If you're filming stuff like this, work at the bench or whatever. If you've got the option to, it's always better to have a completely separate microphone to record your audio.
Yeah.
That's not connected to the phone. And all you do is, when I do a recording, I have an iPhone SE 2020 camera only, it says on there, and that's purely my camera. And what I do is I have that mounted up where this webcam is to film, and I have my microphones over there, but I record the audio on the computer in Audacity.
Yeah.
So when I'm filming, the camera's recording the pictures, the microphone and the computer with Audacity on, which is free, is recording the audio, and then when I go to editing, I just mix them together. I have two reasons. One, the microphone on the iPhone is great unless you move around. It's really, you can't move around much. But I've got a Yeti microphone, and it's a high quality microphone. It just sounds better. And then if you've got this noise coming from interference in the phone circuitry somewhere, it'll avoid that. And if you want to know how you synchronize video and audio together, when you start filming, you just go like that.
Yeah. You got the clap.
Yep, that's what a clapperboard is. So you go like that, and then when you're editing it together, you look on the track for the audio where the clap is, and you sync them up together. That's how you do it. That's what clapperboards are for.
Yeah.
So they can synchronize the audio. So if you can record the audio separately on a different device, like on your laptop or computer, in something like Audacity, which is free, then I do recommend that if you've got a good microphone. Nigel, is your iPhone's charger connected to the wall outlet while you're filming? It could be that. If you've got a cheap, crappy lightning cable or one of the Amazon Basics lightning cable charger cable things, it could be that.
Yeah.
It could be if you've got an external microphone plugged into the iPhone. If it's an old one, like a lavalier mic, it could be the connection that's poor. So give the plug and the socket a clean with some IPA.
Could be pocket fluff in there.
Yep, butt fluff. Let's have a look. Nigel said, I always said I'll still be wearing jeans when I'm 60, just 2 years to go now.
Wow.
Yep. I saw a man walking down the street on Wednesday this week when I was bringing Mama Fox back from her COVID jab. And this was a man who looked maybe in his 70s.
Yeah.
But he was wearing what old people wore in the 70s.
Yeah.
So he had the dour boring little sort of not quite very long Mac.
Yeah.
And he had the little, not tartan, but different shades of brown Trilby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you wearing what old people wore 30, 40 years ago?
Yeah.
Now?
At what age does beige go into your wardrobe? Because
Well,
90% of old people I see are dressed head to toe in beige.
Well, it's like, if I take myself or my peers as an example, as we get older, I suspect we'll just be wearing jeans and T-shirt when we get old, because that's what we wear now. But this guy walking down the road who was in his 70s, I reckon, there's no way 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when old people were wearing these outfits, he was wearing those outfits, because he would have been in his 30s.
Exactly.
So why is he not wearing what he wore? I don't get it.
Don't get it, no.
It's like, that's what old people wore 40 years ago, not now. That's like somebody in the 70s wearing 1930s clothes.
Yeah.
Which they did, a little bit, I suppose, but not, it's weird. Yeah. La, la, la. People talking about carving turkey, but I'm not sure what that's about. Edward says, you can remember this moment and don't forget when you're 60 and your brain still feels like it's 16, lol.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, everyone doesn't have to act like an old fart.
Exactly, mate, exactly. You're as old as you feel. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Nigel does say it's the built-in mic on the iPhone. It's not the best microphone in the world, to be perfectly honest. It's one of those things. If you watch my early videos for the first couple of years, I used to use the microphone on my old iPhone. That's why I shouted. Yeah. It's partially because it's not very sensitive, and if you move a little bit away, it'll go quiet. But partially, it probably boosts the gain up to pick up whatever it can hear anyway.
Normally, if I'm recording on the iPhone, I've got one of those lavalier mics. But nine times out of 10, I kill that audio anyway. And voiceover using the Yeti, but
yeah. I mean, that's what I used to use, the lav mic. But since that click thing started, most people wouldn't notice it, but I could like a little every like 20 seconds. I'm like, oh, it's doing my head in.
Yeah.
But I tried different cables, so yeah. If you're using the built-in microphone, it's probably just because it's the built-in microphone in that case.
Yeah.
It's probably not. It's probably not completely isolated from the all the interference from the components inside. It's picking up that a little bit.
What editing software are you using, Nige? Because you should be able to just voice over in that, mate, or just record it on Audacity and then just join the two together.
If you do want to get a lavalier mic for the iPhone, have a look in my Amazon store. There's a link. Have you got it in your store as well, Col?
Yes.
That Boya microphone?
Yeah.
Okay, well, is there a link under this video for your store?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, in that case, forget my store. Colin's got
That's all right, go on yours. Makes no odds to me, mate.
There's a link just below this video. Colin's got a link to the Boya lavalier microphone, which is the one we both got. You will need to get a little adapter if you don't have a headphone socket on the iPhone.
Yeah.
But they're only 15 quid, but they are brilliant little lavalier mics. And they don't need a battery. It's got a battery thing, but you don't need that if you plug it into a smartphone. But if you're splashed for cash, then get yourself a Yeti microphone and record it onto a computer. Blue Yeti, good microphone.
We do
Marcus
like
says,
a Yeti.
Mm-hmm. Cheers for the frolic, Colin and Fox. Need to try and get some sleep. Good night, folks, says Marcus. Thanks,
Not
Marcus.
a problem, mate. Always good to see you, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the tips, Fox. I'm okay with the syncing. I did a video with 2 cameras today and spliced them together. What was that audio software you talked about? It was Audacity. I'll put it in chat for you.
Yeah.
It's free. It falls over every now and then, but it's all right.
It's a good bit of software, mate. I mean, like I say, when people was on about my audio, it was the first thing the other day that we plugged in was the Audacity, just to see whether it was coming out on both channels.
There's a bit of a learning curve, but you'll get there. Like, you can't just load an MP3, you have to import MP3 files. But, you know, things like that. If you're doing But if what I've actually found, if you want to make your life a lot easier, depends on what you're doing. But if you're doing like a tutorial video, the other option, of course, is to just not bother speaking when you're filming it and do voiceover later.
Yes.
What I'll do is I'll sit here and I'll be like, right, I'm going to show people how to paint this eagle. So what I'll do is I'll be like, right, and camera on, paint for 1 minute, camera stop. And then in voiceover, I'll say, next we're going to paint the Aquillas on the front of the tank. And here we are, you can see here I'm painting, I'm using Retributor armour, and we're doing this and we're doing that, and we're painting, and then I go to the next scene. Because then I can do a proper script. And I don't need to worry about talking while I'm painting. And if I get it wrong, I can just go and paint the other one later and, film painting a different bit. I'm not having to think about filming and talking and painting at the same time.
No.
So it depends what you're doing, but if you can do a voiceover later, most editing software will allow you to do that. So.
It's the biggest change I made in me filming, and I did that a couple of years ago. It was like, yeah. Saves a lot of faff, because I just leave my camera running and film and and then just cobble together what I want to keep and then voice it over. Job done.
Yeah. Because the one thing that makes life really hard is when you're trying to not only paint something, but also film the process and talk about it while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Because if I start painting, if I've got to paint a detail on a model and it's the only single detail of that type, let's say on a model there's one gold thing, and I want to show people how to paint the gold thing, and I start painting the gold thing, and then I flub and talk bollocks and think I need to stop because what I've just said is rubbish and it's absolutely nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm knackered because I've already half painted the gold thing.
Yeah.
I can't unpaint it and start again.
No.
So that's why I stopped doing the live to camera filming and just changed to film the steps and then do voiceover later, because that way I just need to paint the thing and have the camera rolling and then write a script later on.
Yeah, not got to worry about it then.
No, of course it does depend. You do have to be able to read from a script and not sound like you're reading from a script.
Yeah, because you script all yours, don't you, for your subtitles?
Yeah, but yeah. Also, if you want to be able to have subtitles on your YouTube videos, you kind of need a script. Otherwise, you have to write your own subtitles, which is a ball ache. But
you can also do timestamps and things like that as well.
Yeah, I can't be bothered doing that. Minimum effort, remember. If I've
Just
got
the
a
man who
script
does scripts. Yeah.
Well, that's fine because I only have to write it once. But then that means I can record it carefully. But also, I just have to upload the text file for the subtitles. That's a simple thing.
Yeah.
So.
Imagine trying to subtitle one of my videos. Bloody hell.
But the thing is, it does depend on you being able to read a script. And I'm not saying I'm any good. I'd probably sound like I'm reading a script differently when I'm doing it. But, I've seen people where you watch the video and they're reading a script. And next, I painted the thing which was very interesting. And please like and subscribe. It's like, oh, God.
Yeah. You do see a lot of that.
Yeah. It's like if you were the kid at school that when you had to read from a book in English class and everybody groaned when it was your turn, you probably don't want to do scripts.
Yeah, I can remember that. You'd always get someone who would be asked by the teacher to go up and the whole room would go, oh no.
Thompson, you can read the next chapter. Oh, everybody in class goes, oh God.
No.
We had
chairs grating.
we had one kid in our class in English lessons who, bless him, he's a great kid, but dear Lord, whenever he read anything out, he read out in a monotone. I mean, literally.
Really?
It's like he didn't talk like that.
Yeah.
But whenever he had to read something out, he's like, and then the man walked over there and he was very exciting. And it was like, oh, God. And then he'd do like a bit of random intonation. But every time he's like, for some reason, the English teacher, like, I won't give his real name, but, Thompson, you can read this bit. Oh. Because he'd always say, like, Thompson, you read the next bit. And everybody in the class would just sit there going, ah, for about 10 seconds while he got up and got ready. Bless him. So, yeah. If you're not, I would say, if you're not the best at reading a script and not sounding like you're reading a script, maybe scripting isn't the way to go.
Absolutely.
It's a trade-off. If you think you can do it and sound like a normal human boy or girl, then do it. It makes life much easier. You can write in your jokes. It's so hard to film and talk and paint at the same time.
Steve's in, totally scale model, says morning. Hello, Steve. Hope you're doing all right, mate.
Morning, geezer.
Edward, Nigel says, I use VideoPad by NCH for his video editing. He really doesn't like doing voiceovers. He did a review tonight and had to edit out about 20 coughing fits. Yeah, I know that feeling, mate.
But the thing is, so do I.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. If you're doing it live, you know, when you're doing it like that kind of thing, and you're doing all coughing, if you were painting a model and doing that, you can't edit out the bits if you actually painted the model. You can't paint them bits again. So at least with a voiceover, if you're doing a voiceover, you can edit out the coughing fits. That's the whole point. You just stop and if you start, I'll do a line. My voice always goes. I struggle with my voice a lot when I'm doing voiceover, when I'm recording. So
yeah,
I get the frog in my throat, and it's like all the time. So when I'm doing a voiceover, I'll start recording, start talking, stop recording, delete that bit and redo it like 10 times before I have the final take. So it's not, you don't just turn the microphone on and stop talking. You do, a lot of stuff never gets past the cutting room floor, but it's better than doing that live and trying to do something as well at the same time. Like I was saying, if you're painting the one goal thing on a model and you have to start all the way through because you're having a coughing fit, you've already painted it. So you're a bit screwed.
Edward Leonard saying you should turn that into a Mr. Fusion from Back to the Future. Yeah.
Oh, that big...
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just had a look at it now and, dear Lord, that's rather significant, isn't it? You know what that's going to need paint on it, don't you?
Sharp mouth.
No.
What?
It's Hawk. It's a dirty, great big funnel. Big
Got to
flat
have the bad
area.
moon.
No.
Checkers.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots more pipage to go on there. It's not just going to be one pipe. I just thought I wanted to try one bendy pipe just to see. Yeah, so there's going to be a plethora.
Yeah, you're not known as Colin One Pipe.
No, there's going to be more than one.
You're calling 2 pipes. I'm calling 3 pipes.
Yeah, there's going to be significant amounts of pipage coming out of it. But
yeah, nobody goes around calling you Colin One Pipe, do they? Over there's Colin One Pipe. We don't talk to him.
No, I think they have better things to call me than that. Like we care. Yeah.
Don't give a shit.
Absolutely. So we got movable craneage. Yeah, we're doing that.
Ooh. Movable crane.
I'm looking forward
crane.
to weathering that roller. I must admit, I'm looking forward to doing that. So
movable crane. Boom.
Boom. Movable crane. We got all of the easy line bits to do as well. So
I don't know if it'll be any help, but when I filmed, did I show it? Oh God, I can't remember now. On that eBay rescue tank thing. When I did the dozer blade.
Lehman?
Yeah, when I did the dozer blade, that might be a way for you to something there. Might be useful.
I'm looking forward to doing it. It's not going to be that bright yellow. That's just that's getting a base down, mate. Most of that'll go.
But I don't know if you want to have a peek at that video when I did that dozer blade, or the one on George's. Did I film that thing with George? Oh, that was an exclusive one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ignore that then. Cotton bud.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of pipe runs now.
Pipe
runs, actually.
Poiype. Pipe. Daddy, I need a knife.
That ain't a knife.
When my nephew said that the first time I heard my nephew speak, I nearly shat myself.
Is that looking a bit mad? Getting there, isn't it?
Go full screen for us. You have to leave it steady for a bit though, because it takes a minute to unpixelate at my end. For some reason, I'm always pixelated. I mean, you're always pixelated at my end. Only at my end.
See, I get that with Chris on the E-model stream. He's always pixelated.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know why. I don't know, because the funnel's on the other side now.
Oh, God, I've got to move it all round. Hold up.
No, you'll be all right.
Oh, you're so picky, Fox.
Well, you want me to look at the bit you just added, so...
No, I just was getting an idea of what it looked like.
It looks just goddamn fantastic, is what it looks like.
Oh, goes round the other way as well.
So you know what it needs now?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I'm just thinking, because I didn't realise that funnel was that big.
I do like that funnel. That is the dogs, mate.
What would you think of... like... Because grots are really small, yeah?
I was thinking of having some kind of planking or something around here.
That's exactly what I was about, like a little catwalk.
Yeah, a bit like, do you remember the old Fred Dibner chimney walkway, sort of up here? I've got one. Yeah, sort of rickety old walkway sort of thing with a few grots that can walk around and, yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, grapevines think alike, eh?
Now you're thinking with portals, you see. This is the thing. It's got to the point where I'm sitting there thinking what this needs is, and you're already there because you're already thinking like an orc.
I'll do it narrower, not as wide, so I'll slice them down the middle.
Yeah, just
so
like
they're a bit thinner.
Just one plank basically going around it.
Yeah.
I can't believe you had exactly the same idea.
Sort of. Yeah.
And required me to explain it in no way at all to understand it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that means I think that means we're soulmates now. We have to get married or something.
Oh, dude. People are going to start talking about... Well, they talk about this anyway, don't they?
They talk about it anyway.
There you go, look. Say, oh, yeah.
Yeah. like a little walkway around it, like a just circular little...
Just have like a little rickety staircase coming up that side, or even like just little planks on the pipes, so they use the pipes to get up there. I don't know.
If you can find like a figure of a grot who's teetering and about to fall in, that'd be even better.
Yeah, we can have that.
Because there's got to be some grot humour.
Well, the funnel's got a top on it, so it's got a cap on it.
No, it's got a tit on it.
Yeah, but it's going to have pipes coming out of here around this circumference for all the pipes going in.
Did you just say circumference? Are you talking about girths and circumferences?
I know.
It's a family show, steady.
Circumference. Yeah. I mean, why has he got such a big wrench? I don't know, but he's going on there somewhere.
He's got a big wrench because he needs to crump people with it as well as to fix things.
But no, it's the Tommy Walsh of,
He's got to be able to fix gubbins.
But no, I think that would look good with one of those walkways around it.
You're one of those. You're doing all the body functions for all of us tonight.
It's McDonald's, mate, isn't it? It's just like
you've got the McBurps, haven't you?
I've got the McBurps, mate.
Did you get the McBrick?
No.
You didn't get the McBrick, that kind of like large lumpen feeling in the pit of your stomach for a couple of hours? No. Then you didn't eat enough.
Edward says they need some way to feed the Mr. Fusion garbage. Mr. Fusion poll coming up soon, laughing me arse off. He wants it into a Mr. Fusion. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to have some.
I can't believe you had exactly the same idea as me. That's cool.
I know.
Basically, I need to just stop advising you now because you can fly by yourself now.
Well,
I'm so proud. I'm filling up. They grow up so fast.
It's like, baby steps have been taken and doing all on your own.
So fast. They grow up so fast nowadays, don't they?
Yeah.
Before I know it, you'll be bringing girls home and riding motorbikes.
It's it.
Just don't tell H. She might not be keen on that.
No, I won't tell H. She'll fucking kill me, mate.
No, I mean, if you bring girls home, don't tell H.
Yeah. Bless her.
Diddly bomb. I've got the blankety blank music in my head now, seriously.
We now then need...
It's lodged in there. Super match game, boom.
Super match game.
There you go. There's a nice bit of streaking on the side there. People can't see because it's a crappy webcam.
I'll bung you full screen so they can, mate.
There you go. It's very subtle, but you've got a few bits of streaking under the Aquila there and down this bit. And this is just the initial It's not like the actual rusty streaking. This is just to break up the colour a bit and give it a little bit of a grubby look. There'll be later streaking later, which is why it's called later streaking. I just made that up.
I know. Look at you trying to sound all technical and oh, mate.
Do you know why my tea looks really big? It's because it is actually really big.
Oh, you're a tit.
It's just over a litre, that teacup.
Really? Bloody hell.
Yep. I know, because I can fill a litre flask and then pour it all in there. You can... I'll do it.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just trying to glue a gun on, mate.
How thoughtless. Doing glue.
I know.
While I've got,
Literally, just as I pick up me glue, he said, take me off full screen.
My needs are far more important than your gluing nonsense.
You've got buttons as well.
Yeah, but I had to de-screen myself to...
Oh, dare you, diva.
I had to unfull screen myself to then unfull screen myself.
Yeah. Oh, the shame. I had to unscreen myself, mother.
Oh, I'm unscreened. I am unscreened. Super match game. Boom. I've not done any body functions tonight.
And of course,
So
you know, Dave, bless him, he's bought that custom booster blaster, so he's in the hole as well.
Has he made a 6x... Well, I'd probably say 7x11 shelf space yet.
I said to him about that after we came off air.
Ooh, kebab.
And he filled the air with a lot of big boy grown-up words.
Yeah, but the thing is, the more he protests about it, the more likely it's going to happen someday that he's going to end up with a bane blade.
Well, this is it. I said to him it's going to happen, and, oh, mate, the language he came out.
Like, do you remember that girl at school that thought boys were gross and never wanted to know anything about boys? And she's always the one that ends up with, like, 7 kids.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We know how that ends, don't we, kids?
Absolutely.
We know how it ends. It ends with him with a bane blade.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Because the thing is, like, at the end of the day, it's like, well, hang on. You like doing tanks. It's a tank. What's wrong with tanks? Nothing wrong with tanks. Just a dirty great big tank, that's all. Dirty great big tank.
Yeah, this is the bloke who said he would never build a Warhammer. What's he building?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He is passed over the edge of the precipitous precipice, I'm afraid.
I pointed this out to him and he called me some really, really strong adult words. And I'm like, dude, did your mum bring you up? Yeah, did your mum bring you up to use words like that? Yeah.
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
It was funny.
Yeah. The more he shouts... I think you should probably explain the Streisand effect to him as well. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, and then H says, stop bullying Dave. I'm like, really?
Well, the reply to that is, if you can go up with a good reason for me not to bully Dave, I'll take your advice.
Well, I normally...
That's a challenge that no one can complete.
I normally blame you.
Oh,
I do. I was like, Fox made me do it. It's Fox's fault.
what, you blame me to H or to Dave?
No, to H and Dave. It's like it's Fox's fault. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, H knows straight away that just means it's your fault.
Absolutely. She's like, don't go blaming other people for your mistakes. Yeah, all right, love. Yeah.
Even I've never met H, and even I know her well enough.
Yeah.
The moment you say it's Fox's fault, she knows it's not my fault.
Yeah. Just gives me that look straight down her nose. Really?
Yeah, I know. She knows. The moment you blame someone else, she's like, really? No.
You've got his number on your phone. I'll ring him. All right, love. Don't worry about it.
Let me reconsider my original answer.
Please don't. She's getting up.
Let me reconsider my position here.
She is funny, bless her.
All right.
Well, the last time I did it, she said, don't you go blaming poor Fox. Poor Fox? Did you just say poor Fox? Pah!
I knew she was a good lady. Good woman.
Yeah.
I like her more and more.
Poor Fox, my ass.
Putting up with you all these years, she's clearly a woman of massive patience.
Oh, absolutely, mate.
Either that or you're very rich and you're just not telling us.
Well, you know, that's what the big boat is down the docks, mate. You know, I'd like to talk about it, really.
What, the one that's got the bully on the dashboard?
Yeah. Yeah, the speedboat. Yeah, here's what you call that one.
Smashing great supper.
Yeah, can't beat a bit of bully.
Steady now. Super merch game. Boom. Riveting. Get it? Riveting.
See what you did there. I see what you did there.
Nothing escapes you, does it?
It doesn't, mate. I've known you too long now.
You got a mind like a trap.
Trouble is we've got to that point now where we finish each other's sentences.
Yeah.
We come up with the same ideas. It's getting a bit.
Underneath the arm.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. Sorry.
Absolutely. God, could you imagine if Tony Fairclough was in on these shows? God, bloody hell.
That'd be heaven.
That'd be
He
funny, wouldn't
it
it?
never will be, but, you know.
No. Because
I
we
meant
would
to say, by
mess
the
with
way,
him.
Oh God! No, the thing is, he'd mess with us. Because don't forget, he's Welsh, so
Yeah,
he's hard.
yeah, there is that.
So he'd beat us at everything for a start.
Yeah.
We wouldn't stand a chance.
Oh, he is funny.
Did I tell you earlier on that when I did that big burp, by the way, it tasted exactly just of a big dirty doner kebab?
Oh, did it?
It was. Oh yeah.
I thought you was going to say it tasted of Agrak's Earthshade for some reason.
No. Because kebab's a nice flavour. Agrak Surshade is not a nice flavour.
I have not had a kebab in about 3 years.
Neither me. That's why it's probably going to weigh heavily on me for a few
Yeah,
days.
and it's like...
Oh, one other thing as well. When we do these Lehman Russes,
Yes.
when we start doing the enamel and oil paint weathering,
Yeah.
for the love of baby Jeebus, do not lick the brush.
I don't, mate. I'm not a brush licker, mate.
Ah, you're lucky. The few times that I've almost licked the brush without thinking, gone, oh no, it's thinners. It's nearly.
No, I'm lucky,
to stop
mate.
myself.
I'm not a brush licker, mate, so
You've been called
I'm
many
pretty
things in your
safe.
time, but
yeah.
brush licker wasn't one of them.
Oh, might be a window licker, but I'm not a brush licker.
Oh, schmutz. I just spilled me thinner everywhere.
Oh, you didn't.
Luckily, I've got a piece of tissue down.
Oh, you're
Exactly
good.
that reason. So let me just remove this piece of tissue. And luckily, it's just oil paint thinner, so if it goes on the cutting mat...
You're
you
right.
just
You've not
wipe
got it on
away.
your skin, have you?
Oh, no, it's only odorless oil paint thinner.
Oh, right. Okay, mate. Yeah.
It's not like industrial...
Yeah, it's not industrial nuclear strength then, no.
Oh, no, it's just oil paint enamel thinners. But that's the beauty of it. If you spill it on your cutting mat, you just wipe it off. But oil paint and enamel thinners do have sometimes the ability to remove the lines off your cutting mat, so you've got to be careful.
Yes. Yeah,
Alcohol's fine.
I'm due to rip up my multi-layers of cutting mats in the new year, I think.
Are they going to go the way of Raggy and turn into bits of all your models?
Yeah,
Are they
I
going to
don't know.
appear?
Well, when I set the lacquer booth up out in the shed, I shall use these on the bench that's going out there.
Yeah.
And just, because like I say, they're, as you can see, they seem to have curled up over time.
There you go, she's off to work.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem to have lifted and gone a bit curly.
Yeah, because my bench isn't exactly flat. Mine kind of bow up a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, it's a pain in the
So they do-
backside.
Yeah, they're all right. Got there eventually.
But you know what'll happen though? As soon as they go down, you get them caked with stuff. You spend the first couple of
Beg your
days
pardon, do you want to say all that
desperately,
again?
yeah,
Soon as they go-
desperately
soon as
trying
they-
not to get them dirty, and then all of a sudden, yeah,
Yeah.
pigments come out, and it's they're
The moment
ruined.
pigments come out, you're screwed. Forget it. I've learned over the years as well. Whenever you want to shake something like this, shake
Yeah.
it under the desk. Never over the desk.
Yeah.
Especially with Ammo's leaky bottles, which you can just see here. I'll just demonstrate if I get a piece of tissue. You've just seen
it comes out round the threads, doesn't it?
You haven't seen me do it, but I've just done it off, and look.
Yeah.
All I did was, that's why any of these Ammo thinners, washes, never shake them over your bench.
No, I tend to shake mine in the bin. So I've got a big, flip top bin, and I take the flip top off, and I shake the bottle inside the bin just in case. But
shake the bottle, wait the drink.
Shake it in the bin.
I just shake it under the desk, so I've got this big, like, multicoloured patch of carpet tile under there, which is quite impressive.
Yep. Now, have yourself a free spider pig, folks.
And do ya?
Cheers.
Cheers. Get in there.
We are. I still think we need to get the big coats and Flanagan and Allen walk going.
Well, I've got a John Motson 1970s suede and fur car coat.
Tell you what we'll do, mate.
It's not Flanagan and Allen, but it's proper John Motson Edwardian looking fur car coat.
Tell you what we'll do, next time we go to E-Models, we'll do the Flanagan and
I'm actually quite sad that, thanks to climate change, winters haven't been as cold, because it means I don't have a chance to wear my big motty coat.
Yeah.
Anybody that watched football in the 70s or 80s will know what I mean by a John Motson car coat. It's that double-breasted suede kind of slightly padded coat with the woolly fluffy inside.
Yeah.
And the collar, it's like a double-breasted Georgian Edwardian collar, but it's got the fur. It's not fur, but you know what I mean, like wool. People that watch football in the 70s and 80s will know what I mean. It's my Motson coat, my John Motson coat.
I know what you mean, mate.
Every time I put it on, I sit there going, yes, indeed, very much so I fear. It was a game of two halves, and I feel very much on the defensive, and now I'm going to go off and drink a proper grown-up beer. Yes, indeed, very much. Yes, indeed. Very much so I fear. Back to you in the studio, Jim. Bless him.
He's still around, isn't he, Marty, or is he gone?
I think he is. I mean, I don't follow football, but I know who John Motson is.
Oh.
Yes, indeed, very much so I fear.
David Coleman used to be the one, wasn't it, where he used to...
All the people that when we were kids at school we did impressions of based on the spitting image impressions, because we didn't really know what they sounded like in real life. Yes. But we knew what the spitting image puppet sounded like.
It's
David Coleman, yes, indeed. David Coleman, who sounded a bit like David Steele.
Yes.
Oh, David.
Oh, that puppet where he was in his pocket, wasn't it? Yeah.
David, the Liberal Democrats will be good.
Ronald Reagan with the missing brain, wasn't it? Remember Margaret Thatcher with the knuckle dusters? Norman Tebbit, done up like the SS.
My absolute favourite spitting image sketch, the only one I can really remember, was Margaret Thatcher sat in a restaurant with a cabinet around her at the table.
Yeah.
And the waiter comes up and says, "And what will you have, sir?" To Margaret Thatcher. I'll have the steak, please. And what about vegetables? Oh, they'll have the same.
Yeah, they'll have the same. Yeah. I can remember her turning around and saying to Jeffrey Elton, stop biting his nails. And when you looked at his hands, she'd actually nailed them to the table. Yeah. Spitting image. Brilliant programme.
I tried watching some of the new spitting image, but it's just garbage.
It's not the same, is it? I suppose it's a bit PC, is it?
No, it's just not funny. It's just drivel.
Nah.
It's just...
Well, they just went after anyone and everyone. It didn't matter who they were back then. And it wasn't done in a nasty way, but it was...
It was
as soon as you saw the puppet, you knew who they were. You knew what was going to happen before it happened, but it was so dead on, wasn't it?
The difference is that in those days, satire was still a sharp tool, and politics was such that you could do that. Nowadays, most things is celebrity rather than anything else.
Yeah,
it's all celebrity bullshit, and they're catering to an audience who have half the attention span and are not politically literate.
Yeah.
So a lot of it now is just going to be celebrity crap. taking the mickey out of celebrities, which I don't care about. And the politics is kind of boring anyway nowadays. It's like there are no political personalities to rip anyway.
No, there isn't that variety, would it? Every MP was a particular character, wouldn't they? You know what I mean?
But nowadays, there's no one there. You're right. They're all just bland, faceless. And even, somebody like Boris Johnson, you think he'd be prime material, but once you've taken the mickey out of him, you're kind of done.
Yeah, they're just bland suits, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's like there's nobody to, and you can see that's why Spitting Image dropped off as when Thatcher came out and John Major came out and it went to Labour. It all just got a bit boring because there was nothing to. It just became suits and boring, and it was like, okay, boring now.
Well, this is it. I don't think they ever did a Blair puppet, did they? Because it was Kinnock and Thatcher, and then it went, didn't it?
I think they did, but it didn't last very long.
Yeah, because I can remember them doing a John Smith one, and then he obviously died.
Yeah. I mean, they had a Gordon Brown for a while, but that was before Gordon Brown became PM.
Yeah.
But it's like, there's so many personalities in those days, from in our government, and, you've got the other governments as well, all the world leaders, and you've got, like, the Irish leaders and politicians. It was all the days of the...
Brezhnev.
Still not and like you still had like Cyril Smith, and you had
the Cyril Smith puppet.
Who was the Northern Ireland, the shouty one?
Ian Paisley.
Ian Paisley. Yeah, Ian Paisley.
Yeah.
Like the Sinn Féin, you could take the because you couldn't broadcast anything that Sinn Féin said, so they always had the puppet of him. But you could never say anything because he wasn't allowed.
I always remember the Spitting Image news flash that came on just after one of their episodes ended, and they came back and did this spoofed news flash, and it was just to let people up north that there's been a loud vibration felt and a smell of gas. Please don't worry, just close your windows because apparently Bernard Manning's just farted. And off it went, and there was this big, massive Bernard Manning puppet, and it was like,
Well, that's the thing. There were so many characters in those days. Nowadays, it's all just bland celebrity crap, and nobody cares about anybody. So,
also,
would you take the mickey out of?
It's a very libelous world we live in now as well, and you could imagine anyone and everyone that had a puppet done nowadays would take them to court, wouldn't they?
No, I don't think they would. I think people would still get the point of it. It's no different to impressionists doing caricatures.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be a problem. It's just that there's nobody interesting worth parodying.
Absolutely.
There's no interesting politicians. There's no interesting anything. It's just all mindless, vapid celebrity crap.
Panzer's saying, Colin, he says, we the viewers have decided that the chimney stack has to be a Mr. Fusion. Oh, have you now? Oh, really? You're all starting.
I don't know if that would fit with orcs, but...
He says, Paul Damaso says, Colin, the Ed tells me to tell you the smokestack has to be a Mr. Fusion. Yeah.
I mean, you could always not do it as that, but somehow make a little Mr. Fusion logo decal that's just on there and not mentioned. In the same way that my E-Models Millennium Falcon has a Hello Kitty decal on it.
Yes. Nigel's talking cutting mats. He says he used greens mats, people moan. I use yellow mats, people moan. I use blue mats, people moan. Now he uses a grey one, people moan. I've had the same, mate. I went from green to these and people still moan. These are great when you're filming because they're a lot brighter, and green mats can sometimes make everything look a bit dark. But the problem with these ones is they show every single blemish, don't they?
Yep. The reality is, when you're choosing a cutting mat, what people tell you is what your viewers think is irrelevant. The only thing that's important is, does it work on camera? And like Colin said, the one thing I learned that I encouraged other people to get grey mats for is that when you're filming, the best mat you can have is a grey cutting mat. Because it's to affect your white balance. If you have a green cutting mat, then when you're setting your white balance, everything will come out massively dark. because it will affect the way the camera sees the world that it's looking at.
Yeah.
Same if you have a blue coloured matte, anything like that. It's the same way if you film something on a dark background. It means you end up with blown out whites or everything looking dark and gloomy. If you've ever tried filming like your model when it's at the primer stage, if you primed it in black and you suddenly find everything comes out gloomy and grainy on the footage, it's the same thing. It's trying to focus on something dark. So if you're filming, dark colour cutting mats are your enemy.
Yeah.
Grey is an absolute boon because it means it's a light coloured matte. It's not going to affect the white balance too much, and it will reflect light back up at the model. So when you've got your workbench nicely well lit and you're filming, the cutting mat is going to reflect light back up onto the model and make it even more, lighted and clear. So it's irrelevant what the viewers think. At the end of the day, if you want to get nice clear film, a light coloured cutting mat is the best option. I wouldn't go all the way to white because that's probably going too far. But yeah, the grey ones, we get them from a place called, what are they called? Jackson's. Jackson's. It's a shop online called Jackson's Art Supplies or something. I think
That's where mine are.
This is a big A. What size is this one? Big A1, A2, I think.
I've got two A2 cutting mats here, so yeah.
22 inches by 100 million inches, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're about 17 quid.
Yeah, Jackson's.
Yeah.
Where I got mine?
I mean,
I think it was you that sent me the link, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to put up a link in chat or something, but
I will do.
But yeah,
I will do that in a sec.
But but like Colin says, they're a pain for showing up every little paint mark, so you have to be really careful. I would recommend, if you're filming, use a light grey mat for your Sunday best. So film with a light grey mat when you're not doing any messy painting and stuff. But when you want to do messy painting, like I've got this little mat here, which is an old Jackson cutting mat. This one here, that's covered in paint and crap and all kinds of shit. That's my messy cutting painting mat that I put down over the big desk, so that when I'm doing this kind of thing, I don't get paint on the big clean cutting mat.
Yeah.
I still will, and you will all the time, and eventually you'll have to replace it.
Oh yeah, it's going to happen.
But the other thing, of course, is, do you really need to have a clean cutting mat?
Not really. It's a workbench at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're on a workbench. What's that noise?
That's the bathroom upstairs, mate. Apologies, but the wife is having a wash, mate.
Oh no, I just wondered what it was. I was like, it sounds like something warming up or heating up.
Yeah, it'll be the boiler, mate, because you got water.
Ah, right. I didn't know what it was. Cool.
Yeah, bathroom's right above me.
Thought maybe you cracked on the printer or something.
No, bathroom's above me, mate.
Yeah. Haven't you got the boiler in there as well,
Yeah.
I just said as well. I bet that gets really warm in the summer, though.
Yeah, that's why I have the big industrial fans and all of the aircon. Because, yeah. Let's put that in the
remind me
chat.
again of which bit about putting your workbench in the room with the boiler was the best plan.
Well, don't forget, I've got a big glass door right next to me, so I can open it up in the summer.
That's true.
I have the window open, this big 16-inch fan on. I have the cool fan running, plus this door open. There you go. There's a link in there for Jackson's for the cutting mats.
Yep. I think it's about 70 quid for the A2 one, which is... I've got two A2 ones on my bench here. You get smaller ones. But it is the grey ones are a really nice colour. I've not seen anyone else do grey cutting mats, to be honest. That's why I'm saying go to Jackson's. And I've just found it the best ones for white... Because the thing is, when you're filming, especially filming on an iPhone, white balance is a pain in the arse.
Oh, mate, it's absolute ball ache.
Yeah. Ideally, what you want to be doing is setting your white balance and locking it before you start going. Yeah. You don't want it to be changing as you're moving around on the screen. But having a light coloured mat just makes it a little easier to make everything nice and balanced. Unfortunately, if you want good quality video, you can't just turn on a camera and go. You've got to think about things like exposure and white balance and stuff.
White balance is the bane of our lives, but for a reason, isn't it, mate?
Yep. I mean, if you're just using the iPhone native camera app, there's not a lot you can do. You can either lock the exposure and the white balance, or you can't. But that's why I use the Filmic app, so I can I can manually set white balance and exposure and other things separately that you can't do on the native camera app. So but yeah, life's been a lot easier since I got a grey coloured mat.
Oh blimey, yeah. It's
like,
say, you first get them and you think, yeah, great, brilliant, and then, like say, you get your first smudge and you're like, no. But
yeah, you just have to take care. You just have to be more careful, don't you? That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're gonna get them. I mean, you're gonna get smudges and dirt. And there's no point in trying not to get it, but
no,
just don't get too sad when it happens, because it will happen.
It's a workbench at the end of the day.
Yeah. But that's the downside. If you've got, if you're using a dark colour cutting mat, there's no point going into big long descriptions about white balance and exposure and things like that, because most people won't understand anyway. It doesn't really matter too much. But if you've got a dark coloured mat, your camera interprets that as a dark working environment that's filming, and it increases the exposure and it increases the gain because it thinks it's a low light environment. But because it increases all those, anything that is light coloured, anything white or shiny, will look overexposed. But more importantly, because it's increasing the exposure and increasing the gain, because it thinks it needs to get more data to get more light, because there's not enough light, it's going to introduce noise into the picture. It's a digital image. And that's why, because it thinks it's a low light environment, it puts the gain up, puts the exposure up, and filming on a dark coloured mat can often give you a grainier picture quality, because it thinks it's filming in low light and it tries to adjust for that. So go for a light coloured mat. You get more bounce lighting anyway, which is good. Depends what you're filming though, I suppose. I've seen people filming on black mats and it's like, really?
Yeah, they were vogue, weren't they? A lot of people moved over to black mats, but
I mean, it can look good, but they have to put so much lighting on it to make it all balance out, and it's not worth it. Not if you're filming on an iPhone. Let's go for a light coloured mat. Plus, they look more neat and tidy. Everything looks brighter and more clean when there's a white mat behind it. Unfortunately, my grey mats are not clean anymore, so. I always say when somebody says, your mat's all dirty, I say, you go to Japan, and you go to the workshop of a Meiji who makes katanas, or makes traditional flower cutting scissors, who makes them literally from like a chunk of iron. You go to that workshop where that master blacksmith makes those things, and you will see the most primitive, simple, often quite dusty, dirty, used environment, because it doesn't matter. What matters is what comes off that bench, not what the bench looks like. The bench looks like is irrelevant. If the environment is conducive to the person making the art, then that doesn't matter what it looks like. A clean bench shows me that someone's not very creative and doesn't do a lot of work.
Yeah, Nigel, bless him, saying he can't seem to please anyone. Don't worry about it, Nigel, mate. At the end of the day, as Fox will tell you, I went through a stage, I beat myself up trying to please everyone. You can't always do it, mate. So just do what's right for you. End of. As Fox will...
Hello.
Yeah, that's just me changing the settings. I'm doing my best, mate.
No, I didn't know what that was, and I was like, I'm sure I've just heard that. If you're running a YouTube channel, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. It sounds really harsh to say it, but the viewer's opinion is irrelevant in many things, because at the end of the day, if you're just doing it for the fun of it, then just do what you think is fun.
Yeah.
If people don't like it, well, there's plenty of other channels they can watch. I don't like your background music. Tough. I don't like your workbench. Do I care?
Yeah, I get it. You know, quite a bit, and sometimes it still can get to you, but at the end of the day, you know, people are going to hate on you no matter what you do. So just suck it up and get on with it.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
But certainly with cutting mats, Nige, mate, you know, just do what's right for you, buddy.
Yeah. At the end of the day, somebody says, "Oh, your cutting mat's a bit dirty."
Yeah.
Is my work good? Yes. Well, then it doesn't matter what my environment's like, does it?
Yeah.
Because if you see someone with a clean cutting mat, that means they're not having fun and they're not getting dirty.
Yeah.
Because if you're not making a mess, you're not having fun.
Absolutely, mate.
You're not, or it's not being used, or they're wasting too much time cleaning up. I mean, I'm in this hobby to create things and have fun. I'm not in it to do cleaning.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not here to clean my desk. I'm here to paint things. And the things, at the end of the day, I make weathered models. I'm going to make a mess.
Yeah.
I'm making a mess because I'm making a mess.
Yeah. You know, and don't forget, Nigel, as well, where they're typing a comment in saying they don't like your cutting mat, that's an interaction on your channel, mate.
Yep.
You know, you're getting viewing hours for them to come in and view the video just to say they hate your cutting mat, and they've watched an advert you've been paid for. Hey, mate.
I mean, you can't dismiss every bit of feedback, obviously.
Oh, no, but
if people were saying, like on my channel, were saying they didn't like, I don't know, some format of video that I was doing, like this, like we really don't like this format, and I was getting the feedback from people saying, you know, I don't like this, or I don't like that, or I really don't like this background music, and it was a regular thing, and I'd be like, okay, well, that's maybe something I can change. I wouldn't get upset about it, because I'm just making content I want to make, but if people don't like it, then...
Well, it's like anything,
there's nothing wrong with
isn't it?
adjusting it, but...
It's like anything. I mean, with these shows and stuff, the minute you've uploaded it, you forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if one person watches it or 1,000 people watch it, for me, it don't make no difference. You know, if one person likes it and 50 people hate it, that's their choice. Because I've done what I wanted to do. I've built what I wanted to do. So,
yeah. I mean, the thing to me is, it's like, if it's feedback on the quality of the content,
pardon me,
like, you know, whatever that feedback might be, then that's valuable feedback, because I do the content that I want to do, but at the end of the day, my whole point is to try and teach people stuff. And if my content is an impediment to that, people are saying, you know, you're making it hard for us to watch, then I probably change something. But if it's, oh, your workbench is a bit dirty, who gives a shit?
Yeah. Edward says, tell this to Fox, how comes when he types in an @ sign, his name don't show it? It's because Fox hasn't typed in chat for more than 10 minutes. If you haven't typed in chat for that period of time, then when someone does @ you, it doesn't come up because you haven't been active.
Yeah, basically, if you're in chat and you're idle for a while, you just kind of you cease to exist until I type in again. You'll always be able to get Colin because it's his channel and he's the host.
Yeah.
So like when we do Warhammer Sunday, you can @ model making guru and you'll always get me. But when you do, I mean, if you do that, it won't show up on your end. But I can still, there's one there. I can still see it.
Yeah.
But it just won't show up on your end because I'm not technically active.
Yeah, that's right.
But as soon as I type something in, I'll be active again.
Absolutely.
More
but
weathering done.
Nige, honestly, mate, you're never going to please everyone, mate. Just do what you're doing, mate. You're doing well.
Yeah, I would say don't really care what people think. At the end of the day, I have to be a bit more careful because I'm doing this for a living. So I have to take note of what people say to a certain degree, because if people aren't watching my stuff, I'm not earning a living. So I will be a bit more circumspect about it. I will take feedback more seriously. But if you're just doing it for the fun of it, you're just having some fun, you're doing something you enjoy, you're making a video, it's nice, and then it's irrelevant what anybody else thinks.
Yeah.
You're doing it for the fun of it. You're not doing it, you know, you're not a professional. And at the end of the day, I always say to people, I said this to Colin and to others, look at professional YouTubers or people that do it in a more bigly way.
Yes.
Like, look at like Duncan.
Yeah.
Duncan's a good example, or Dr. Faust's Painting Clinic, or Night Shift, or anybody like that, who are like established YouTubers that do this kind of stuff. Do you think they really give a crap?
Of course they don't.
No.
You know, not when they, you know, a majority of them have got, 500,000 subs. They don't give a monkeys.
No. Somebody says, "Oh, I don't like this thing in the background." Well, whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, they're like, and?
And your opinion is worth what? Because what? Why?
Yeah. You know.
So yeah, don't worry about it. If you're just doing it for the fun of it, just do what you want to do. If people don't like it, then that's one or two people out of potential viewing audience. It's not the end of the world. More importantly, there's a very important thing I need to say, and that is,
good man. Edward's saying, ask the Lord and whatever he is if he's doing Skyrim, then laugh out loud. Called.
Yeah, I'm doing Skyrim tomorrow, probably.
Yeah.
That did not smell, I have to report.
Bless you. But no, in all seriousness, I mean, you're the same as me, Nigel. You know, you had a thumbs down within 2 seconds of putting something up. I know everything I put up, I'll get the same 2 people immediately come straight in and hate on it. Good luck to them.
I don't care.
Don't worry about it. No, you know, it's part of it. It's funny because you're getting paid, you're earning. So,
yeah.
Me and Dave famously had 6 thumbs downs on a Sunday brunch, and we hadn't even gone live.
It's just, I mean, it's like, I mean, like I say, I've got to be a bit more careful about it because, you know, I'm doing it for a living. So,
same here, mate.
But at the end of the day, ultimately, I just don't care.
No. You do, it's funny though, isn't it? You do, I wouldn't say become cynical. Well, yeah, in some ways you become cynical, but at the end of the day, you know, what I do goes on display in my own house, on my shelf. It's my money. If I want to add a funnel to my build, I will do. If someone don't like that, go and buy your own kit and do it how you want to do. It's that simple, isn't it?
It's like I painted a Hello Kitty Lehman Russ. If someone had complained, I'd be like, do I care what you think? No? Okay, bye.
Yeah, EC says, facepalm, why are people jackasses? Why? Because that's the society we live in. People think that they're holier than thou and can sit there and lord it over others. Well, that's up to them. You know, you'll often hear me and Fox, both of us, we say we know nothing about anything. We're just here to goon around, enjoy what we do. We're not experts, we just do our thing. But some people take it upon themselves to become lord and master of every phantom bit of knowledge, and it's like, yeah.
I mean, I'm more of the case that I make a video, I put it up online, then I forget it even exists.
Well,
once I've made something or done live stream or done a video, I don't care. It's up there, it's on there, people will watch it or they won't.
It's forgotten, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I don't watch me stuff back. This is what I was talking to Dave about, wasn't it? You know, he was on about some issues with stalkers and things like that. I said, but it's at the end of the day, once it's on the channel and our show's finished, my brain is automatically thinking of the next show. If I'm doing a video build series, once that video's up, I'm focused on what I'm going to be filming for the next one. And that's forgotten. It's gone. It's done. It's dusted.
Yeah. I mean,
people watch it. They watch it. If they don't, they don't.
Yep.
EC says, sadly, Colin, it is true. Love you, guy. I want nothing but the best for all. I've learned so much for all the community here. Exactly, mate. You know, it's... yeah, you just can't, you know, you're never gonna get on with everyone. You know, we're all finicky natured people at the best of the time, and you're gonna piss someone off. It's just how it is. You don't mean to do it, but it happens. My philosophy is, fine, you know, if you want to sulk about it and then throw stones from behind your keyboard, do it. Don't worry me.
At the end of the day, with anything creative, you know, to expect everybody to like your stuff is naive. But, you know, it's also naive to expect everybody to be mature and thoughtful in their criticism, because there are too many that's a bad word. Too many... I didn't mean to say that. My apologies.
No, I know what you mean, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't mean I would say that word. It's just it's not my channel. So
No,
there's too many knob ends out there. And...
I mean, you bless you, and I give you a lot of credit because you're the same as me. We are depressives at the end of the day, and when I was getting some issues, I bent your ear all the time, and you was quite brutal with me, but worded it in a way that was so practical and useful. And it opens your eyes to the frivolity of it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and all I would say to Nigel is your wife and kids love you, mate. That's all that matters. Sod everyone else.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you have to learn. You know that thing that makes men quiver in their boots? You have to learn how to just go, whatever.
Yeah.
You have to learn as a man how to use the dreaded W word in
Absolutely. Being that Edward is in the chat, do you think that's beginning to look a little like a Mr. Fusion, do you feel? I'm
not sold on this Mr. Fusion thing.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It doesn't fit with the. To me, I don't know.
No,
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to start a fight with the entire chat.
Oh no,
I'm
it's
rubbish. But
I'm trying to figure out how it could work. The only other thing I can think of is just a decal.
Yeah, maybe a little tiny decal that is weathered away and almost invisible.
Yeah.
So it's there. Because it's to me it's more funny. It's just a scratchy smokestack, but.
Yeah, it'd be too clinically clean, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, it makes no sense, but
no.
I don't know. I don't see it myself, but I'm not going to go on his chat because there's lots of them and any one of me.
That's why I'm looking at it and waiting.
Also, if it was a Mr. Fusion, it would have to be white, and that.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
White and black and transparent ain't gonna.
No, I think a black and
weathered
red,
and rusty.
I think a rusty, battered black and red smokestack from a ship is more amusing. But yeah, I'm going to leave it to you to fight with the chat. It's not my fight. I'm backing away from that one.
Oh no, it's
wrong room.
It's one of those. I draw it on and sit and stare at it and try to love it. And
let me put it this way: you're a good friend, and I've got your back. But for right now, you're on your own.
No, it's...
Yeah.
It would work if it was a Back to the Future themed build.
Yeah.
But it's not a Back to Future build.
No. I'm stepping away from this entire conversation. I'm letting you have this conversation with chat.
No, I'm not
because
sold
I'm a
on
complete
it, mate.
wuss. I mean, it's your build at the end of the day.
Oh no, it's like anything. I'm just not sold on it. Not for this build, anyway.
Yeah. No, if you're making one of the Orc cars look like a DeLorean, then
There you go. Something like the Boom Snazwagon or something like that.
Yeah. I will never forget. We had when I used to do car detailing.
Actually,
one of the things we used to do was machine polishing, of course. On cars. And a guy came in once and he had a DeLorean. It was like a delightful car. It was great. I got to sit in it.
Yeah.
And had carpet on the dashboard and everything.
Did you like the Morris Ital switches?
And what the bus components and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just mostly floored by the rug on the dashboard.
Yeah.
And he said we did a. He came in to have it all cleaned up, so he gave it a good wash and stuff. And he said, how much for the machine polishing? And I was like, machine polishing? He said, yeah, how much for the machine polishing? I said, why would you want it machine polished?
Yeah.
He said, well, I want it to look nice and shiny. I said, when we machine polish a car, we're actually polishing the clear coat.
Yes.
To make it shiny and get any scratches out. Your car is brushed aluminium.
Yeah.
And that's it. I said, if we were going to restore your car bodywork to its original state, we'd actually have to sand it and scrape it. And we'd actually have to introduce swirls. He said, because when we do machine polishing, we take out all the swirls. I said, your entire car's surface is 100% swirls. It's brushed aluminium. And he went, oh, yeah. So, I mean, you can pay us £500 to not machine polish it if you want, and we'll definitely not polish it. We'll definitely not do £500 worth of machine polishing. Because we had to say to him, but your car's finish is meant to be swirly. That's the whole point.
Absolutely.
Your car has to have in it all the things we take out. He went, oh, I never thought of that. I said, no, if you got it painted, of course, then we could polish it, but then that would be the stupidest thing you've ever done in your entire life, so don't be a dick. It was a great car. It was great. I said, what's it like to have as a car? And he went, it's a bleeding nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He said, as a car, it's absolute rubbish. He said, it leaks, it's unreliable, everything falls apart, it's made by idiots. It's just garbage, but at the same time. He said...
It was a deluxe Friday car.
Mm-hmm. He said, you only try going through a drive-through in it once.
Yeah.
I said, why? He said, go and sit in the driver's seat. So I got in the driver's seat. He said, now lean out to get your McDonald's. And it's like, oh, yeah. And there's like a little tiny window bit, and you're like, oh yeah, you can't. He said, no. What are you doing?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Drilling.
Sound like a squeaky toy. It was like...
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to put the electric drill on because you're talking. See?
No, people don't mind if I get drowned out by a drill.
Apparently Edward Leonard says you're an old fart. Don't know what you've done to upset him.
Where was that? I mean, I did a massive fart.
I think he's got his bottom lip out because of the Mr. Fusion.
Oh, Fox is an old fart. Well, I am an old fart. I will be in about 2 weeks. Orc DeLorean says EC Idaho.
I still think I could put that on the boom stacker snaz wagon that I'm building with Dave. Because it'll work on that.
How come I've had like a kebab and with salad and chili and chips and when I burp all I can taste is the pita bread?
No idea, mate. But yeah.
Edward says he wants his own way. He is a queen.
Oh, Edward, I'll put one on the boom snaz, mate.
It makes no difference to me. It makes no difference to me what Colin has his thing painted as. I'm just saying, to me, it would look a bit weird. But it's up to Colin what he makes it as. I've got no say in his process.
Boom snaz is a vehicle. It's a car. I think I can get away with it. Yeah, I think I can get away with it on that. An orc version of it.
Yeah, and it'd be in scale and everything then as well, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, that would be one hell of a Mr. Fusion to be that big.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no say in Colin's creative process. Colin himself agreed it wasn't really working for him, so it's Colin that's the boring old fart.
Just didn't feel it. Not on that one, but I think it'll work on a boom snaz. If I could stop dropping this one piece, it would be nice.
I just repainted something and I can't remember what the heck I just repainted. Oh, it's that bit, wasn't it?
You'll know what you've repainted when you put your finger on it.
How can you mix goat and pot noodles and cabbage and think it's good, says Edward Leonard. What?
All right, Edward.
Who's mixed goat and pot noodle and cabbage? Where? There was no cabbage on my kebab. There was lettuce. Lettuce, onions, tomatoes, chilies. Some mysterious things that I wasn't sure what they were, but I wasn't going to ask. Doner meat. Bit of that.
Sorry.
Probably one of them.
Sorry, mate.
A bit of doner meat. Garlic mayo and but all I can taste is the pita bread. I can't even taste the cucumber, which is weird because that's normally the dominant flavour.
Yeah, normally that's the first thing that comes out. It's the cucumber, isn't it? Oh, yeah, let's drop that again, Cole. Transparent pipe. So good that you can't see it.
Cryo, the punching bag, says, you can learn in your sleep, so if I fall asleep during the stream, I soak in all your knowledge.
Absolutely.
EC Idaho says, Fox, I used to see a white painted DeLorean. The paint was chipping all over the place. I would suspect it would because it wouldn't have any primer under it. It'd be metal and then paint. My old Series 3 Land Rover, and indeed any old Series 3 Land Rover, they were basically, I think they were aluminium bodies. I think.
Yes.
But that was just aluminium paint. They literally painted onto the bare metal.
Yes.
So my old Land Rover had paint chipping off everywhere because it was just paint came off and it was bare metal. So yeah, that was the norm for some cars. In DeLorean, it was the norm because they were cheap. I don't mean cheap to buy. I mean the manufacturers were cheap and inexperienced. So.
Oh yeah, every cheap parts bin at BL was raided for their parts, wasn't it? I mean, come on.
Yeah. You can they actually still make DeLoreans, you know.
Yes.
Or at least they used to. I don't know if they do now. Somebody actually bought all the remaining body shells that were produced.
Yeah.
And never built. I don't know how many there were, but they basically bought the entire warehouse full of all the body shells.
Yes.
Relaunched their own DeLorean company and now sell them. And they make them as electric vehicles now as well.
Yeah.
I assume they still have some left. I don't think they ever said they were going to make new ones. I think they were only going to make them as long as they had the body shells.
Yeah. As soon as they've run out of the shells, that's it. But they are doing a thing where they'll convert existing DeLoreans if people have still got them, won't they? Where they'll take them in and do the conversion. So
there is a thing now, isn't there, to take. There is a movement now to take old classic cars and electric them up, which is a really good idea.
God, I'd love to see them do my Monza.
Like I saw an electric E-Type on a thing the other day.
Yeah.
And it's like if it means that car can now exist for another 100 years.
Yeah.
Beyond the death of fossil fuels, then brilliant. I don't see a problem with that.
All for it.
All right. All for one and one for all. That was the worst theme tune ever. Jesus Christ. The Dogtanian theme tune is just like having hot needles jammed into your eyeballs.
You're proper on one tonight, aren't you?
Well, I was watching it the other day and it's like it's such a brilliant cartoon series and yet the theme tune is so gash.
The one that annoyed me cartoon-wise was Scooby-Doo when they bought Scrappy-Doo into it.
I was never into those kind of cartoons
Absolutely
anyway.
killed it. I hate Scrappy-Doo.
See, I was such a art snob that I was like, yeah, but the animation's terrible. I can't watch them.
Yeah.
I could never watch things like He-Man and stuff because the animation was so... It was like there was cheap animation and then there was He-Man, which was just ridiculously cheap. Don't animate a vehicle moving past. Just have one picture of a vehicle and make it go sideways so there's no perspective shift. It's like, Oh,
I'm so glad you've said that. That used to really drive me mad.
It's like, it wouldn't go like this past the camera. It would just go...
It was crabbing.
It was just one vehicle that they didn't animate any perspective change. It was like, oh, you cheap bastards.
Always crabbing. It's like, cars don't behave like that. Yep.
No.
Finally
it'd
met
always be
someone
like
that
that kind of
gets
angle.
it.
They'd be like, let's drive.
Yeah.
And it just kind of go, because they just take the one image and cheap.
I'm
bastards.
happy now. I've met someone else that agrees with me.
Yeah.
I'll tell H.
I've got the Dogtanian music in my head and I just,
That's you done.
Stagnets. It's not good in any way. Not put any gunk and grime behind the ladder and it looks a bit weird. I think the Musker Hounds theme tune wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't sung at such a high pitch.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I saw a little clip, they've released a movie, it came out this year, like Dogtanian the movie, which is basically the original cartoon series condensed into a movie.
Yeah.
Strangely enough. And I saw a little clip of it where they had Dogtanian his parents were sending him off to go and visit the captain of the guard to become a musketeer.
Yeah.
And it had the theme tune, but played on a slow orchestral, strings and stuff. And it worked quite well as a tune, but not as the theme tune. It's just because it was so high pitched and squeaky, shrieky, it was horrible. And it goes on for about 35 minutes. I'm like, Christ, the episode's halfway over and we're still on the title sequence. Jesus Christ.
So it never bothered you then, mate? Is that what you're saying?
Not when I was a kid.
No. But as an adult, it's...
As an adult, I'm like, scrub past that bit. Especially when you've got something like, Round the World with Willy Fogg, which has got an absolutely fucking fantastic theme tune in every way. And that's a lovely earworm to have because it's a great theme tune. Fog, I'm the one who made the bet. Yeah. I know will be precisely right on time.
Yeah, I can remember the buying TV theme albums. Don't know whether that's still a thing now.
Nah, people don't buy albums.
Some of them were brilliant themes of TV
I had a massive
shows.
collection. I had a massive collection of TV theme tunes that all died and disappeared when I lost my hard drive.
Yeah.
That was sadness.
Well, that must have been a heartbreaking moment.
Not so much for that one. It was more like, oh God, and I've got to rebuild all my playlists.
Yeah.
That was a heartbreaking moment because that's a ball ache.
Sorry for being off camera. Just I am a man who struggles to see the simplest of things.
I think that looks acceptably murky and grimy down there now. Here I am, I'm Regardon. I'm a Tico de Mascate.
Exactly what I want.
Yeah, see, that was a good theme tune. Round the World with Willy
What's
Fogg. That was a Round the World with Willy Fogg. That was a cracking theme tune. But Dogtanian, Jesus Christ.
It's affected you all your adult life now, hasn't it?
I know, if you played that to someone on who was on crack or speed or something, they just like eat their own face off in terror.
Yeah. Steve's off. He's got to go and pick up the eldest daughter from work. Catch her all later. You take care, Steve, mate. Thanks for popping in, mate. And like I say, it's glad to see you back, mate. And look after yourself.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Such a sniffly runny nose tonight. Yeah. DeLorean was stainless steel, says Nige. Land Rover up to TD5 were pretty much all aluminium body, then changed to zinc plated doors with the TD5. My Series 3 was, yeah, it was aluminium. I had drum brakes that were useless, and my entire car was the crumple zone. So I tried not to hit anything. I saw a Series 3 Land Rover that hit a dog once. It looked like it had driven into like a continent because the whole front end was like,
Yeah.
and that was a dog. And bear in mind, the dog was barely as tall as the axle, and yet this whole front of this Land Rover was written off. And I was like, I really need to make sure I never hit anything bigger than like a grass. Oh, sniffle. Sian and Cars, TM says hi. Is it Shan and
Hello,
Cars? Shan, Sian, I do apologise. Probably Shan, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Hope you're doing all right. Hi there. Hope you're doing well.
Nigel's modelling bench says my 5-litre Mustang will never be electric, period.
Yeah.
Unless they stop using, like, petrol, in which case you might have no choice.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, the whole debate on it, because at the end of the day, when you plug them in, where's the power coming from?
Mm-hmm. Space.
So, yeah.
Nye just had his say. He says, as I made the funnel, I shall have the last say. It will not be Mr. Fusion. It is a funnel from HMS Hood. The orcs went to the bottom of the ocean and salvaged it.
There.
There you go. That should satisfy the masses.
There may already be a plank adhered to it.
I can just hear all the pitchforks and flaming torches outside.
Yeah. I can feel the fingers are hovering over the mouse, ready to put the thumbs downs on me.
Yeah. EC Idaho asks, has anyone watched Arcane League of Legends? Animation is fantastic.
No, I've not, mate.
Nope. No, don't even know what that is. I know it's a game. No idea.
Not seen it, my friend.
I found out there was a Persona 4 animated series
Oh, was it?
called Persona 4 The Animation.
No.
I've been watching that. It's on a screen. It's pictures. Yeah. It's not the best anime. It's not the most. I mean, it's well done. It's just not. It's not like proper, and it's like anime of the game. So it's. Is
it biblical ass?
No. It's good. It's just not up to the standard of a standalone anime series. It's probably made a lot faster and a lot less. It's a bit low budget, let's say. It's good.
Right, yeah.
It's just like, there's a few less frames here and there, and some of the artwork's not the best, but it's not, it's not top of the range anime. Hello, Mama Fox.
Hello, my darling.
Colin says hello, my darling. Hey. Colin says hello, my darling.
Hello, love.
Mum says hello,
bless her. Oh, Mama Fox, bless her.
We must be ready to go away. Around the world. Just stop singing now. Get you into trouble with your channel. It's such a good theme tune, though. God damn it.
I'm always in trouble on this channel.
Round, all around the world. All around the world. Well, I think I've done. I'm debating whether to bother doing any streaking and grime on the underside, because that's going to be covered in like dusty tones.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
Yeah, but knowing you'll be going, I should have done it.
Yeah. I think for the underside here, for the seamy underbelly, I think I can get a bit drastic, because this is going to be covered in dust anyway.
Yeah.
I think. He says, shaking his things carefully. Shake your things. I think what I can afford to do here is get a bit more nuclear. There's nothing to really... I'm taking a risk here because I've got nothing to mount this pot of paint in. I can afford to be a little less prissy in it, rather than actually just, go around individual rivets and shit.
Yeah.
I think I can just slap this on.
Slap it on.
Slap it on. No, I think, actually, I'll do a bit of carefulness because I don't want to waste a lot of the paint. So I'll get a pipetula full on there. That'll do about that much. Here I am. I'm Rigadon. I'm a Tico de Mascate. See, what I love in Willy Fogg was like one of the bad guys was the one that was always in disguise. It was called Transfer.
Yeah.
And he had a glass eye which had the anime eye shine noise every time.
Oh, right, yeah.
You'd see a character and you'd know it was Transfer because his eye would go because he had a glass eye. Curse you, Willy Fogg! Oh, I'll get you! Oh. It's so bad. It was so bad. It was bad, but good. I'll hear nothing bad about... Well, there's a few bad things in there that... Yeah. Dubious things that you probably wouldn't get away with nowadays.
Yeah. That's the thing nowadays, mate, isn't it? Bloody hell. Is that a good thing? Probably is, really, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh, what's the other day? There was another series I found from my youth called Once Upon a Time Man, and they were always... watching it, for some reason I loved it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And it was basically like a historical education thing, so it would teach you all about, and it started off with like, cavemen, and over the series it would work its way through all the different eras of time. Yeah. And it had the same characters playing the parts each time. And it's really badly voiced, it's terrible voice acting. And I was watching it going, oh god, the voice acting's terrible, and it's like, oh, what is... But there was one point where it was like a oh no moment where they had like something was happening. I can't remember. I think it was ancient Egypt or something. Yeah. Something was going on. It might be Roman or something. And basically it was a few of the characters. And then they had like maybe some Roman centurions, but there were a few Nubians in the group of people. Like gladiators. And it's like oh Oh, we're talking like early 1970s French. Yeah. You remember how in Asterix when they used to have the pirate ship
Yeah.
and there was like one black crew member?
Ah, right, yeah.
And you could not do that. It's not something you want to do today. Or you shouldn't anyway. And it was like, oh, that's not a... Oh, it's probably why it's not been broadcast. And I'd never obviously spotted that when I was a kid because, you know...
Times are different now, mate. And rightly so in a lot of respects.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it wasn't right then. It's not right now, but it's...
No.
It wasn't really picked up on back in them days.
No.
Colour
of someone's skin should never be a problem.
Nope.
At the end of the day, we're all covered with it. Doesn't matter what shade it is. We're all breathing the same air.
I'm half Scottish, half Irish. Mine isn't any shade.
Absolutely.
I make pallid look swarthy.
Yeah, I mean, my missus is from Scotland, from Findorn, so she goes on holiday. It takes her a week just to go white.
Yeah.
It's like pale blue all the time, you know.
The alternative way to finish that sentence, if this one of you choose your own adventure books, will be my missus is from Scotland. Page to the page. So I live in perpetual fear.
Yeah.
I'm being a lot less careful with the weathering on this, but I'm just going around all the rivets and I'm going to streak it that way.
Good
Because
man.
this is mostly going to be covered up with earth anyway and dust, I think. So all I want is a kind of grubby streak. I don't really care if it's not that neat and tidy.
No.
Because it's mostly going to be... I mean, all the rest of the tank, I mean, theoretically, realistically, when I do the earth weathering, they're only going to go about that high. Because that's how tall a person is.
Yeah.
So, keeping in mind this tank's taller than my house, you're not going to have earth coming all the way up here, like in big
no.
clouds. So
That's the thing I didn't realise with Bane blades and things is when you said about the scale of it, because obviously I hadn't built any by then. And, you know, I had this thing in my head that they was normal scale relevant to what we have at the moment. And it's like, oh, no. Do you remember
Well,
that
it's like
one
that,
I 3D printed?
yeah. Whereas if you look at that, and there's 2/3 of a dude
Yeah.
to the top of his legs.
Yeah.
So if a normal person was standing next to the Bane blade, it would come up to about there.
Yeah.
And that's without the turret on top. So, yeah, it's about I'd say it's probably about taller than a standard 3-bed semi.
Yeah.
And I think I read somewhere somebody actually did some maths and worked out, because there's no official size for these, but I think somebody roughly worked out that they're about the size of 4 Abrams tanks. So like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
maybe 3. So yeah, they're big. They're big buggers. It's like I said, even a Lehman Russ would be as tall as your house. So. So all I'm doing, this is still wet, the paint's still wet and smearable. So I'm just taking a dry brush and just smearing it, which is because it's smearable. And then what I'll do in a minute when it's dried a bit is I'll start to try and tease it back a bit and streak it somewhat. I just need to get it spread out a little bit first.
Yeah, you got the beginnings of your walk. You got the beginnings of your walkway. Little grot.
Oh yeah. Claire's in. Says, hello Colin, Fox, everyone in the chat. Hope you're all doing well.
Hello, Claire. How are you? You all right, my darling? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're okay.
Arcane is a series on Netflix. 9 episodes. I don't have Netflix. 9 episodes, good story, 2 not the game. How tall are orcs? Asks Nige. Between 8 and 9 feet, I think, typically.
All right. I didn't know that.
Well, Space Marines are about 8.5 foot. So.
Yeah.
Because they're augmented superhuman. So I think orcs are about 8 or 9 foot, I think. They're massive orcs. They're big dudes. They're not tiny little fellas. They're not
I
little
need
tiny
to
wee
get a
fellas.
I need to get a Warhammer book and I have a read, I think.
Well, you probably buy an old codex that's no longer valid for a few quid, rather than buy a new codex that's like 30 quid and you're never going to use it.
Exactly. It's just to get an idea of perspective.
Yeah, perspectives.
Perspectives.
And let me put in. I'll actually find out.
So that's that. I reckon. A bit of primer.
How tall?
That.
How tall are
Orcs. Because they're all
the autocomplete says, how tall are the Teletubbies? How tall are giraffes? How tall are hobbits? How tall are moose? This isn't from my searches. This is just Google's trying to be clever and figure out what I'm searching for.
Yeah.
How tall are 40k orcs? Orcs achieve their social pinnacle when a knob becomes a war boss or a warlord. The rulers of continents and empires. Such creatures are exceptionally large, often standing over 3 meters or 10 feet tall or higher, with the most powerful warlords known to be more than twice that height.
Oh,
so
wow.
warlords can get very big, but the average orc is, let's have a look, appearance.
Yeah, Nigel, saying that. If I held an orc against the side of it, he says the scale is probably not far off. Have I got an orc figure?
In the universe of Warhammer 40k, orcs are green-skinned, a side effect of their blending on a genetic level with fungi and photosynthetic organisms. Essentially, orcs are enormously complex lichens. I bet you didn't know that.
What's that, Geese?
Orcs are basically lichens.
Oh, really?
They're like fungus and
Yeah.
such. But I knew that because they come from spores.
Yeah. That's an orc. Is that an orc? That's an orc with a squig in it?
It's too blurry for me. It's too out of pixely. I can't.
Oh, right.
tell
Then I
what it
want.
is.
Yeah.
I can't tell what it is. The people will know because the guys watching will be able. The chat will be able to see it clearly. I just can't see it on this end. I can't make it out. It's probably. Do.
Well, that's one of the little geezers. So. Yeah.
Orcs grow all through their lives, though the average orc stands around the same height as an average man, at least given their almost perpetual slouch, meaning that at full height they will be much taller than a human.
Yeah.
This typical pose gives them an appearance of a large green gorilla.
Absolutely.
Orcs grow at greatly varying rates, however, dependent on social conditions. The effect is notable in extremely aggressive orcs, which tend to grow much faster. As an orc survives combat and wins trophies, the respect of other orcs will produce in him an effect somewhat similar to adolescence in the human male. He puts on muscle, becomes more aggressive and assertive. So if other orcs are like see you as more powerful, you'll get bigger. It's like orc desire again. The more battles you win, the bigger you get. If an orc continues to be successful, gaining more respect, he may become a knob, from noble but pronounced knob, a leader of orcs, noticeably larger, tougher and stronger than the average specimen. Once he begins to grow, an orc will generally keep getting bigger and stronger until another orc defeats him. Their social pinnacle is becoming a war boss or warlord. An orc can live indefinitely. Orcs use a modified form of Low Gothic, the language of the human Imperium 40 millennia in the future, represented for gamers by the English language.
Oh, there you go. I'm definitely an orc then.
In which phonetic misspellings such as cannon, Kannon, or chopper, Choppa, and boys are commonly utilised in lieu of standard spelling.
I'm definitely an orc then, mate. Goes without saying, doesn't it?
Anyway, yes, that's enough of me reading Wikipedia.
I like all of those dudes. So let's have a looky-loo.
So how big are orcs? As big as they... Well, it's impossible to say.
As big as they think they are.
Well, yeah, however big they get with fighting, because it depends how good they are at fighting.
Absolutely. So there's a dude there. He's looking pretty mean, so he can go
Edward
in
Leonard
there.
says something that moved. I was ordering my wife fingerless gloves because she finally got a job at the USPS from October last year when we moved to North Carolina. So we're kind of grateful, but it took a year, so that's hard. Well, congratulations, she's got a job.
Absolutely, mate. Especially in the current climate, because, things are difficult for everyone, as we know.
Have you guys watched Squig Games on Netflix?
No.
I see what he did there. Squig Games. It's Squig Games. Not Squid Games. You get it? Squig Games or
Squigs. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's missing his head. I'll bung an head on him in a minute.
I'm missing his head.
Yeah, he's going to go in there.
Nigel says, so if orcs are about 9 foot tall and Colin held a model of an orc next to his funnel, the scale of the funnel is about right. Well, no, because Warhammer is roughly around about 1/58 scale, kind of, sort of, a little bit, maybe, sort of, kind of. It's not really any scale, but it's kind of 150 something, sort of. So the funnel will need to be 4 times that size, I think, to be 4 times smaller, bigger, yes, smaller. I don't, it's scales. Don't make me do maths at 3 a.m, Jesus.
Yeah, don't want Fox to do maths, Nige, blimey.
They are not real, Fox, says Hugh Gordon. He's telling you that orcs aren't real.
No. Can't believe it. I don't believe that at all. So he's going to stand on there. But the spanner
Colin's
guy
orcs are more than real. He loves every one of his orcs. He loves them all dearly. They're his children.
Absolutely.
Don't make him choose between his children.
Yeah, it's the same with the squigs. Squigs are real.
Yeah, squigs are like Colin's pets. Don't make him choose between his pets.
Oh no! It's when I was doing the video for Nige this evening. I'll put on there. Well, I haven't asked the squigs yet, but I will. Yeah. Whatever they think it's going to be, it will be.
Yep.
And I did. So yeah. But no, many thanks, Nige. I don't know whether you saw that I put a video up, mate, but I did a little video for you, mate, and requested people pop over and share the love, mate, and give you a bit of a subaroon and that, because, yeah. Only I could have boxes of squigs as well, I know.
Boxes, squigs, squig box.
Yeah, he's going to go round about there. He's going to go round about there.
Building roundabouts?
Oh, no. That's a little tiny grot. He can go over on there somewhere. Probably stupid enough to be in the middle of the funnel, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got to have one grot, like, falling in or something.
Yeah.
Something dumb. See, what I'm doing now with these enamels is, because I can get a little tiny bit thinner on the brush and just start to blend it away, make little streaks and lines. I can blend it away between the rows of rivets. So now I get some actual sort of streaking lines, which will become more subtle as they fade away. But it just, I mean, most of this is going to get covered up, but it just makes it look more, it gives it a direction of travel. I mean, it's always going that way, so streaks are going to run from the front to the back. I mean, you're never going to see the underside anyway, and it's going to get a spray of dirt and dust, so it doesn't really matter too much. But you get the idea. It just looks a bit more... When it dries, that will fade a little bit. But if you've never, if anybody out there has never tried weathering with enamels and oils, I cannot recommend it enough. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it's on the channel, Nige. You can't miss it. It got its obligatory thumbs down, so... Yeah.
We don't care.
No, would have thought he would have still been at the bar. Sad.
Diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum.
Right, we have got... We got a bit of whippage going on. Who's going to have that? I think he'll have that. Yeah, he's going to be wearing
your rates.
Yeah.
I thought you had the restraining order to prevent that. You still accept luncheon vouchers? There's a 1980s joke that no one will get.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So you got it.
Absolutely.
I think of all the people I know, me, you, and Dad would be maybe Ted would be the only people that would get that.
Yeah, we probably know. Well, I can remember her name.
I can't remember her name. That's the thing. I can remember the whole.
Cynthia Payne.
That's it, Cynthia Payne. That's it.
Yeah. The luncheon vouchers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Underneath your luncheon vouchers.
Because was it actually true that they would accept luncheon vouchers, or was that just a bit of made up nonsense to make it sound more sordid than it was?
I think it might have been true, mate.
And I'm just trying to remember. Was it? I don't even know if I'm remembering it right. But if I remember rightly, it was basically a bit of a sex scandal, wasn't it, with high profile?
Well, yeah, it was just a brothel that a lot of establishment people frequented, wasn't it? And she had her infamous book of contacts and clientele, and the establishment worried that, how can we say, too many influential people that could have been blackmailed, and it was at the higher levels, wasn't it? And
yeah. But the more important question about that, and aside from all that, is what the hell were luncheon vouchers anyway?
Vouchers for lunch, mate.
I know, but I don't. No, I mean, what?
Yeah, it was a bit like. Yeah, it's a bit like, when, say, people on benefit get given food tokens and things. It was something similar to that. So you could take that voucher to a place and you could get yourself lunch, basically.
Oh, you get that from the DSS?
Yeah, it was a bit like a gift voucher is the easiest way
to
describe it.
So it was like school lunch vouchers, but in real life, not in school?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah,
that makes sense. I always wondered what luncheon vouchers actually were.
It was a form of currency so that if legally you got caught, they couldn't say monies had changed hands.
Yes.
If you know what I mean. It was,
which is why the whole thing of luncheon vouchers being accepted for Madame Sins. Of course, because it was Madame Sin, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a legal loophole, wasn't it, at the end of the day, so that they couldn't say that they was receiving money for services, so they paid in luncheon vouchers. It was... Yeah, but they still got done for it, didn't they?
Nigel Modelling Bench says that he thought the little man you had on the catwalk earlier was an orc. No, that was a grot, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was a wee grot, that was, yeah.
Yeah, grots are much smaller. Grots are like 3 or 4 foot tall, I think.
Yeah. I don't know whether that's an orc and that's a grot, isn't it?
If it's got a big, massive square jaw...
Yeah, it's an orc.
Yeah. If it's got big pointy ears and a big pointy nose, it's a grot. If it's got a big massive square jaw that's bigger than the rest of its head, it's an orc. If its bottom jaw sticks out and it's like arr, it's an orc.
That'd be the easiest way because Fox can't see because it's blurry. So
no,
I'll message that to you, mate. For Christ's sake, Cole, make sure you turned your phone. I did.
Don't photograph it in portrait, otherwise that'll be a slapping.
That was so funny. There you go.
Waiting.
Well, it has got to go up north, so it's got to now convert itself into an analog signal.
Yeah, it's got to be converted into pigeons and shit.
Yeah, let's actually... Saying that, let's actually make sure I did send it. Yeah, I did. Yeah. It'll be under that picture of that really nice succulent McDonald's I sent you, mate.
Edward Leonard says, Fox, stop it with the bottom. You're selling it and nobody will see it. I'll know it's there.
Absolutely, Claire. Companies used to give them out so that the employees could buy their lunch.
Hugh Gordon says, Fox likes his bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not shy with a nice bottom. I mean, it needs a little bit of work. I'll give it a little bit of work.
All of those dudes are going on there.
If I need to work the bottom, then I will work the bottom.
He's going in the middle.
Tell him to stop painting his arse, says Edward.
Like so. He's going to go on the side.
He said, no, he's selling it. Thing is, because I am selling it, I don't want to have like the bottom bit poorly painted because you're not going to see it. Because if somebody buys it as a display model, they're going to want to look at it.
They're going to want to look at it, mate, aren't they? This is the difference, isn't it? You're painting yours to sell.
Yeah.
That's why I'm building Orc. I can paint this as bad as I want, just as well, really.
I'm not painted in there because I don't need to. That's going to be sit on the top, but there's no point in painting in that because that's just nonsense. But underneath the tank, I can't not paint it.
So I
Claire says personal services. Where's this text then?
Services.
I ain't had no text yet. No, nothing neither. Did you send it to me? Have you sent it to some more pub bugger who's going to get a picture and be like, what the hell is that?
Messenger.
Oh, Messenger?
Yeah,
I thought you were sending me a text message.
You a message.
I thought you were sending me a text message.
I'm going to send it as a text because I'll get charged for that. I'll send it as a messenger. It's free.
I didn't know it was on Messenger. I don't know.
Yeah.
Colin sent a photo.
That bit where I said it'll be under the McDonald's that I sent you on Messenger.
I didn't hear you say that, but the first thing I can see is a big plate of McDonald's, you tart. That is... Yes, that's an orc on the left. The one with the squig is an orc.
Yeah.
And the one on the right is a grot.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, the orcs have always got the big square jaws. Grots are just little,
That was it.
big pointy noses.
It was there with a squeak. Like that. There you go.
Oh, I've got such an itchy nose today. I don't know why.
I know it's sad taking pictures of everything, but that's where I'm putting the dudes, and I want to remember where they're going.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to paint them.
Also, if you take pictures of everything, you can post it on social media websites as some sort of pimpage.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Shut up. Stop whinging. You will do pimpage.
I'm not. It's just...
I'm not whinging. I just don't want to do the pimpage. Just pimp it, you cheap tart. Pimp it, you Twizzlers. I don't know what that means.
I just don't like encouraging negativity. It's like, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, but you've seen what I've been doing over the last few weeks, doing this every day or so. Every few days, I'm saying, "Here's where I'm up to right now with this bit. Here's this bit."
Nigel says, "Which Warhammer figure is most like Boris Johnson?" It's gonna be an orc, isn't it?
No. I mean, there's a lot of them are idiots, but I would have no idea.
Yeah.
Probably something in Age of Sigmar might be. Don't know.
I'd have to do a look round, to be honest with you.
None really, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm also using the bottom of this tank to try out different techniques, you see, because it's also a good place to do tests and experiments because it's going to be covered up with dust and dirt. So
weathering tests, yeah.
I could do like a spiky brush to see what effect it has on the enamels and stuff like that. So it's also a good reason to not care too much about this stuff.
All of those dudes in that bag. Oh,
dudes in the bag, dudes.
Well, I've got a Bane Blade bag of dudes. I've got a Waz-Bomb bag of dudes. And I've still got some dudes to go in the Valkyrie yet.
Bag dude.
I beg your pardon.
Jesus Christ, what was that? Close that door.
I know.
That was like a horror house door. Welcome to the House of Horrors.
I stretched over to get the bag off the side and let out a belch. Apologies.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Right. Was there a dude round? No, I took him out. Right, okay.
Take him out.
Take him out, didn't you? Take him out. That goes over there. Right. And drop the bag, why don't you?
Gentlemen, drop your bags. Bags.
So that's the dudes for this build.
Dip. Beep-a-deep-a-deep-a-deep-a-deep.
That's them. That's that. And then we've got more bendy pipes to go in. How far have I got on there? I'll do a bit of detail on the squigs.
Actually, apart from the hair, which you'd have to forget about, there's probably someone in the Death Guard that would be like very Boris Johnson-y.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the big fat pox walkers, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a bit of an oddball, isn't he, Boris?
Yeah, let's not do politics, though.
Oh, no, I mean...
Never going to end well.
In a physical sense.
He's a muppet.
He's an
in a physical
oddball.
sense.
Yeah. You said don't do politics.
I'm not doing politics. I'm describing as a human being. He's a muppet. Claire says, picked up the hobby design photo etch set. Chain and brakes look fab. Found it very therapeutic.
Oh, that's for the Honda Fireblade.
Fireblade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Candygram says it's a great looking kit. I'm guessing you obtained some extra detail accessories.
Yes. Yes. She's doing
Extra detail.
She's doing the detail up on the one that I'm doing for e-models.
I do like the fact that everybody's kind of adopted that phrase detail up from the Japanese now for any kind of model.
Yeah.
It was always like a real Gumpler phrase, detail up set. Because you know the way the Japanese come up with these weird names for things that just seem to work.
Oh, yeah. But seeing some of the stuff they make is unbelievable. I mean, you've only got to look at Bandai, ain't you?
Bandai now sell a chibi Space Marine set.
Oh, really?
But they're pre-made and pre-coloured. They're not actually. It's not a kit. I think you just buy the little. You know, they do the little chibi mini figures.
Yeah.
The little chibi Space Marines and stuff. I think it's like with all the things that Bandai can do, their collaboration with Games Workshop has been a bit lame.
Yeah.
At best. I mean, I couldn't believe the figures they put out. The big Space Marine ones that were competing with the McFarlanes.
Yeah.
Kind of not very good at all.
Really? Because I got a McFarland one.
No, the Bandai ones were like, you could buy them pre-made, and it was like, or pre-coloured, and it's like, wow, there's like mould lines and seam lines, and they're a bit shonky. And I'm like, this is not good for Bandai. And given that everything Bandai can do, they've not really done a lot. They've done some chibi figures, and that's it, really. I never quite understood the point of the partnership with Bandai, because they never really did anything with it.
Yeah, I think Bandai are one of them companies where so many of the manufacturers wanted to collaborate with them because they are so bloody good at what they do.
Yeah, they make everybody else look like incompetent mongs.
Exactly, and I think that's what a lot of companies did. They was like, well, we better start playing nice with this company because, yeah. Nigel's thinking that's what I was thinking. Model making guru, a large man who trundles along, managing to just about put one foot in front of the other. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, there's a few poxwalkers that they haven't got the hair like, but you know.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
I'm
sure you
bloke,
can come
there's
up
that
with
bloke
something.
there with the horn sticking out of his head, and he's got a bit of a belly hanging out. That's a poxwalker. You can't see it's not in focus, but yeah.
Yes.
Right, well, I think that's all that specific streaking I can do on the bodywork. I've still got the turret and sponsons to do.
Oh, sponsons.
So
Can't have enough sponsons.
This is the first stage of the enamel weathering, and this is just a pin wash for the recesses and rivets, and this has taken about 8 hours.
Yeah, but
just that.
At the end of the day, you can see the difference. And
oh yeah,
you know, from my point of view, you may not think it, but I've had one eye on that screen all night, and I'm taking it on board, ready for the layman's, because it makes a difference, doesn't it? Spending that time, it shows.
I mean, if you look at that, and if I put the turret on there, which hasn't had this weathering yet,
yeah,
and you can probably see, I mean, even on the crappy webcam, you can probably see a difference.
Yeah.
It makes the tank look darker, but it also just makes it look more realistic,
three-dimensional,
greasy and horrible. And so I'm not really sure what the weathering is going to be. I think I've done this. I think the next stage then, once I've done all the other weathering on the turret and on the sponsons, is to use, I've got, what have I got? I can't really use pigments, not really, because the thing is, if I'm not going to be selling, I mean, the amount I'm going to ask for this when it's done is going to be something that you may not want to play on the tabletop, because I don't think you probably want to put that much money on the tabletop. But if they wanted to, whoever buys it, pigments are just going to come off. So I can't really use pigments, because if it does get played on the tabletop, pigments are going to rub off and just fall off everywhere. So
yeah,
I can't assume it's going to be display model only. So I'm going to stick to enamel washes, and I've got Kursk soil and light dust from Ammo.
Yeah.
And I've never tried enamel dirt washes before. I've tried powders and stuff, but I've never tried the actual washes.
Yeah.
I've watched up videos about these kind of things to see how to do them. So I've got some ideas. So it'll probably be quite subtle. And I might do a pre-spray on some of it with some Tamiya Buff, because I like using Tamiya Buff, but we'll see how it goes. I don't know yet. So there might not be a lot of weathering on these.
Well, this is it. You don't know what the buyer's going to want to do with it, do you?
Excuse me.
It would be, dare I say, it would be easier if it was a commission, because you would know what they're going to do with it at the end. But, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I don't mind. I mean, powders can be a pain in the bum anyway. So I've still got to do all the tracks. I've still got to do some rust here and there. So I'll do some rust streaking. I might do some light. If I've got a light colour, I'll get some oil paints. I've got like a light blue. Some little occasional light blue streaks, like really faint, can look quite nice on bluey greys.
Yeah.
Just to break it up. But I don't want to do too much, because if I spend like 6 months painting this, I'm not going to make 6 months worth of money. So
no, that's the thing, isn't it? Where it could end up pricing itself out of existence, couldn't it?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, though, I mean, it has been a good test bed for some of these techniques that I've not tried before, so I don't really mind too much.
It'll sell.
I have tried odorless thinner on lighter fluid on Bandai plastic, and it seems to be okay. What do you think, model making guru? Absolutely do not do any of that. If it's been okay, you've been lucky. Basically, Bandai plastic is not baked. It's not the same as normal kit polystyrene. It's polystyrene, but it's not the same as normal polystyrene. The polystyrene is. Some of it's ABS, some of it's PPE, some of it's polystyrene, but it's not baked, which means if you've got a piece that's under stress, especially in things like joints or anything where there's a piece under stress, and you put thinners in there, it weakens the plastic and it can cause that joint to crack and snap and shatter.
Yeah, I've seen that.
If you're doing like this kind of wash, I could not do on a Bandai kit. I could do a very careful pin wash. Like, for example, well, if I primed and painted, if this was a Bandai kit, on the Falcon, I did do this kind of sort of oil paint dot filter and very careful, but I was using almost no thinner on the brush. It was almost just damp. It wasn't wet.
Yeah, yeah.
But this bit I did on the bottom where I got a wet brush and just did that, that would have fallen apart by now. I built the mega size RX-78-2, and I got the knee joint assembled, painted it, and did a heavy wash with some enamel. It was enamel pin wash, Ammo enamel pin. And it was just thin enamel paint. Yeah. Just like brushed it into the joints and treated it like a normal wash. Came down the next day, picked it up, turned the joint, and it went and just fell apart. Yeah. Into pieces. I managed to fix it. But it becomes very brittle under stress if you expose it to any kind of thinners. So although you can do some things, you can very carefully do pin washes because they're not going to slop into joints. Any kind of slurry wash or careless use of thinners over the surface where it can run into corners and pool into edges and things like that, you're putting it at risk. It may not break straight away, but it could break later on. Yeah, it just makes it brittle, doesn't it? Yeah, I had a Gunpla kit that I was doing tests on, and it was just oil paint. I'd done an oil paint gunk wash, not thinned, just oil paint. And about 6 months later, I picked it up and the backpack just snapped off. Oh, and that was just oil paint. So yeah. So yeah, it's one of the things that put me off Bandai after a while. It's they're a pain in the bum for weathering. Yeah. So like I say, you can do dot filters. You can do very gentle filters where you're not slapping thinners everywhere. As long as you're not sloshing it about and it's going to go into gaps and pool up. If you're just literally like getting a brush with some thinners and like damping it and then getting most of that off the brush and then just like running it along the surface to say do streaking and stuff, you're fine. It's where it can run into recess, into joints, that's where it gets dangerous.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my Falcon build was dot filters and streaking, and that was kind of it. It's fine because you're not using a lot of thinners.
Well, when I did my sniper, that was what you said to me, is be careful when it comes to your weathering, dude, because, you know, anything with that will damage the plastic. I wouldn't have known.
Nigel said, I've tried it on some sprue submerged. Yeah, it may not necessarily break a piece of sprue because it's not under stress. Although if you leave it long enough and then bend it, it will snap. It's where you've got like pieces pushed together. And you've got either a pin and socket, or you've got a ball joint, or you've got any kind of piece where there's two pieces together and they're locked in and they're under pressure.
Yeah.
Then that tension is there, and if you weaken that plastic, it can crack. I did a heavy arms where nothing fell apart, but I started getting cracks in some of the armour panels where you'd have like a piece of armour with a hole in it, and the bit underneath would stick out.
Yeah.
And after a while, that bit would crack, and you get cracks, and you suddenly have to deal with these cracks in the plastic. So just go easy.
Pain in the arse when that happens, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, so like I say, you can do pin washes because they're in. If I was doing a pin wash, it was just in these recesses. I can put the pin wash in there and then clean up. I'm not slopping thinners everywhere. I can do streaking because you paint some paint on, then you streak it gently with a damp brush. But if I was doing a wash where I just get some thin paint and just get a brush and go like that,
yeah,
you'd be asking for trouble. It may not break, but if any of that is under tension,
yeah,
especially if there's joints, you could be in trouble.
Yeah. Edward saying, tell him to stop wasting his time. He's too anal. He's got to make a profit. I think he means, yeah.
I know, but I'm getting carried away because I'm enjoying this weathering that I'm trying new techniques.
Yeah, but it's one of those, again, because you know you want to sell it. You do put yourself under that professional pressure, don't you? Because you want to do a good job. You want the buyer to be able to look at that piece from any angle and for it to look good.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like pressure, but it's just like I'm setting myself a standard. I want it to look good. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, I am putting more work in than I'm going to be feasibly able to ask for on this model. But
yeah,
it's kind of a first step, so I'll know next time. But
it's got your name on it, Fox, at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah. And the thing is, if you cut corners, you end up with a less interesting looking model, and then it's going to look like everybody else's model, which is half the price. So it swings and roundabouts. And the thing is that once I've learnt some of these techniques I've not used before, I'll get faster.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all right for me. I can slap whatever I want on this because I'm never going to sell it.
Candygram says, for what it's worth, Nigel, I used Abteilung oils and rubbed off with Ronsonol lighter fluid on a couple of small Bandai Star Wars models with no ill effects.
Good.
But make sure no fluid whatsoever pulls at the joining of any two parts or stays in a sharp inside corner. Exactly. Yeah. It's one of those things that nothing might happen, but something might happen.
Yeah.
If it's fully primed, if your model is fully primed and fully painted, then most of the little holes and gaps are probably sealed with primer anyway, but it's not guaranteed. You can't guarantee that somewhere there isn't a little bit of exposed plastic that's under pressure in a joint and you've just got a load of thinner on it. So I got tired of trying to find ways to weather them without using anything that involved thinners. And I don't just mean mineral spirits, I mean acrylic thinners, lacquer thinners, oil paint thinners, enamel thinners, lighter fluid, anything. Basically, it became that's one of the things that burnt me out on a Gunpla was I got stressed out trying to figure out how the hell to weather the damn things.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to think of when I do my steampunk one.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, if you make nice, if you make nice shiny Gunpla, it's fine because who cares? You don't have to do any weathering. But if you're doing weathered things, that's the thing.
Because obviously, being steampunk, it's going to want to be aged. It's going to want to be a bit. So
I mean, that's where the kind of thing I'm doing on here might work, but you've got to be really careful with putting the. If I was doing this on a Gunpla, I'd probably put the enamel paint on there without thinning it at all.
Yeah.
in little dots and then just smush it round with almost no thinner on the brush whatsoever and just build it up. Or even perhaps I just rely on airbrush weathering, like, you know, doing... I mean, these kind of enamel streaking grimes and stuff, you can airbrush them on.
Yeah.
That won't do any harm because it's dry when it hits the model, so it's not going to get into the plastic.
That's it, yeah.
So that's the other thing. You could always airbrush your enamels on and then use a ever so slightly damp brush with the thinners to blend them away and create streaks. That's a safe... You see, you could get away with that on your cachetterie.
Yeah.
Just thought of that, actually. Yeah, that's probably... I could have done that on some of my Gunpla.
Hey, educating Fox. By Fox. Fox is educating himself.
Yeah, Edward says about that, wasting my time on this painting and stuff. If Kevin was here, he'd be giving you shit, he would.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think Si would, actually, would he? Because he's taken 6 months to do figures, hasn't he, before?
Yeah, but I think he would actually bollock me for doing more work than I'm going to actually get back from selling it.
Yeah.
He said, because he'd be like, you're not putting it in a competition, Fox. Stop fighting about and get the damn thing painted. I think the thing for me in my mind is I want it to stand, because I look at some of the ones that are on eBay and that are asking like, you know, 300 or 400 quid, and I'm like, that's not a great paint job.
Yeah, but also don't forget, you are enjoying this paint job, aren't you? Because you're practicing a new set of techniques yourself. Yeah. So you are enjoying it just because you're doing something different. So yeah. I think it's 6 of one and half a dozen. I think when you've done more and you've become more fluent at it,
I think also I'm an
knock
idiot.
them out a lot quicker, won't you?
Well, yeah, but also I am an idiot. Let's not gloss over that fact.
Oh no, I was trying to pick you up there, mate. I
know, I'm still. Nigel says, I had a couple of weird experiences with Mon kits and Tamiya Extra Thin. I've applied it on a pin-in hole joint, and the hole is split open. Tamiya Extra Thin melts the plastic.
Yeah.
It's a welding cement, so it melts plastic and lets it weld together. So any little delicate things, it can just melt the plastic away and make it crack and break. Again, if it's under tension. Because even a single piece of plastic, like you take a piece out of a kit, like you get like a bit of, you know, paneling or a fairing or whatever, especially flat pieces of armour and stuff, even just that single piece can kind of be under tension in of itself.
Yeah.
If it's got a complex compound curve or any kind of funky angles, just that piece of plastic on its own can have tension within itself. And, you know, if you apply anything that's going to weaken it, like thinners or Tamiya Extra Thin, which melts it, it may have just melted the plastic that then released some tension. So, yes. Wow, any thinners does them in, Fox. My £500 Falcon will stay in its box, I think. No, you'd be fine with the Falcon. If you watch my Falcon video that I did for models, I show how I weathered it, and I used oils and enamels. Well, I used oils. The beauty with the Falcon is it's not very complicated to weather, and you can get by with just a couple of oil paint layers that don't require many, that literally require that you ever so slightly damp the paintbrush and run it up and down. There's no risk to the plastic from that. So, I mean, there's other ways to weather it. You've got pastels and other things as well. But if you're wanting to use oil paints, for example, if you follow the way I did it, there's no damage to it at all. And where you do need to do anything more complex than that, like say inside the cockpit, then you have to use more traditional techniques like I did. I painted the walls grey, and then I did a wash with Nuln Oil because it's water-based, and then I painted back over the grey to bring back the light colours and leave the dark in the recesses. So for smaller things like the cockpit and stuff, you can use traditional, you know, painting techniques.
Yeah, traditional weathering techniques, isn't it?
But not with oils and enamels. You're just using normal like base and layer paint in there. Claire asks if you can use the MIG oil brushes on Bandai. Yeah, they're just oil paint.
Yeah.
Again, it's not so much the paint itself. It's more the thinners. With the oil brushes, they tend to be best used when you either paint a dot or a slight streak, and then you blend it away with a brush damped in thinners. So you're not really slathering it on. The paints, I mean, if you slather the oil brush or paint on, it would be the same. It could potentially damage the plastic. But with the oil thinners, so with oil brushes, you're painting on dots to make a dot filter, or you're painting lines to make into a streak. So, yeah, that'd be fine. Love you, Fox, says Edward Leonard.
Oh, bless him. We know Edward.
He gets an extra squishy just for that. Hang on.
Good squishy.
Now. That was a good squishy. It looks stunning, Fox. If you entered it into show, it would win. I doubt it. But hey. So yeah, your £500 Falcon will be fine. As long as you don't use anything that involves sloshing thinners around. Like I say, if you use oils, follow what I did. And it's very minimal because, again, it's just a damp brush. Damp brush is fine. Because everything the paint's going to go on is primed and painted anyway. It's really where the thinners can get in and pool up and work away at a corner. Doodle 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 doodle. Because I did on my Falcon, I didn't do any kind of pin washes or anything. Partly because I couldn't be bothered. Partly because I couldn't be arsed.
I like your honesty.
Well, partly because I'd already pre-shaded it anyway when I was painting it. And I knew that when I did the dot filters and stuff, that would kind of add a little bit of paddle lining as well. So just make sure, Nigel, that when you do your Falcon, just make sure you're prime the crap out of everything. And if you can, if you follow my paint mix, use the Tamiya paints because they're lacquers and they're nice and durable, then most of it should be fairly well protected. Just make sure you prime inside and out of all the parts and you'll be fine.
Looking forward to see what you do with that, Nigel.
Yeah, absolutely. Lol, great squishy Fox. Edward, how is the remaining squishy? We demand to know. Is he still with us? I think it was squishy, wasn't it, that was still around, not squashy or scrotum. How is the remaining squish? I feel sorry for it because it's all by itself in its tank. Its friends are gone. Its friends that it could neither see, hear, smell, nor taste or perceive in any way. Bless it. Is the fine molds... Nigel said, is the fine molds okay with oils? The fine molds is a standard plastic injection kit. You can slather stuff all over that.
Yeah.
When I did my first fine molds one, I took some Tamiya smoke. I got a little 10mm pot of Tamiya thinners. I put 2 brushfuls of Tamiya smoke in there.
Yeah.
And then I washed that all over the Falcon. Liberally. I mean liberally. Like big fat brush. Like you would with, say, normal oil now.
Yes.
And that was my dirt layer.
Yeah.
And what I did was I did it in sections where the gravity pulled it down. So I'd do the top, make sure it didn't pool. Then when that had dried, I put it on its side and did the side walls. Let that dry. Turned it the other way around. Did that side wall. And that's actually it's a good way of doing like a dirt and grime layer. But it's acrylic, so once it's on. It's permanent.
That's it.
It's all about being super thin. So like 1 10mm pot of thinners to maybe 1 brushful or 2 brushfuls of Tamiya smoke, and you get this nice, almost matte, brown, dirty layer.
Yeah,
a bit like a very, very transparent Agrax Earthshade.
You did it on your knackered transit, didn't you?
No, not smoke. No.
What was the one you did on your knackered transit? Was that the pigment?
That was
you sprayed the bottom edge. You sprayed the bottom edge of it, didn't you? It looked like road dirt.
Oh, that was I think just engine grime, or it might have been streaking grime.
Yeah, because you wanted it to look like someone had wrote something on the back of the van, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the fingerprints, wasn't it?
That would have been engine grime because it's that kind of colour. That was just airbrushed on. But no, the Tamiya smoke thinned in is a really great, especially for Star Wars. It's almost a really nice way to reproduce that kind of Industrial Light and Magic grime.
Yeah.
But you've got to be aware of gravity because it's a wash and it'll pool and it'll pull down to areas. So you've got to paint it in sections where it will go. You can't just paint the whole thing and then leave it sitting there. But it's got to be super thin. It's got to be literally 1 or 2 brushes of paint in an entire 10mm jar of thinners. So that's the ratio I figured out. But yeah, the fine molds one is a standard plastic kit. That'll take anything. It's just Bandai that's a nightmare with thinners. And the golden rule, here's the golden rule. if you look in the instructions of a Bandai kit, the first page or the second page will have all the sprues laid out in a diagram.
Yes.
It will tell you. It will tell you what each sprue is made of.
Oh yeah, it's got the plastic code in it, like ABS or yeah.
Yep. If it says
got it on me Kshatriya.
Yeah. If it says PS, it's polystyrene. Be very careful. If it says ABS, don't even think about putting any kind of solvents or thinners anywhere near that shit. Also, you can't glue ABS with Tamiya Extra Thin. You have to get something like Plastic Magic glue.
Yeah. There you go. PS, ABS.
ABS, for some of the older kits, ABS is often the inner frame parts.
Yeah.
But not always. But yeah, ABS is even more susceptible to thinners than their polystyrene. So try and avoid it on there, especially in joints and inner frame parts. Again, like I say, if you're gluing, you can't use Extra Thin on ABS because it doesn't have enough polystyrene in it. So get something like Plastic Magic or glue that will glue.
Your instructions away, Colin.
Yeah. Oh, you know, you're looking now. It'll also say things like PPE, which is PE, which is polyethylene. That's for like the rubber polycaps and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what their clear parts are made out of. I can't remember. But again, they don't often have them.
Yeah, I don't think there's any on there.
The Kshatriya doesn't have any at all, I don't think.
No, I've got PE, PS, and ABS as plastics in there.
Yeah, polyethylene's like the rubbery, bendy stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it says ABS, don't even think about putting anything thinners on that because that is even worse. But yeah, if you want to glue ABS, I've got some of that. Deluxe Plastic Magic. It glues most plastics together. Yep.
I've got that because I'm going to fix it in a particular pose.
Oh yeah. Also, that's good if you've got, say, things like the D'Agostini Millennium Falcon or the D'Agostini X-Wing or pretty much any D'Agostini part work that's plastic because it's usually ABS. So. Although I did get some of the Millennium Falcon parts to glue with Tamiya Extra Thin.
Yeah.
But I think that's because it had a little bit of polystyrene in it. But some ABS so.
2 questions. Claire is asking... Fox haven't been in, Colin Foxx haven't been in much or not seen Sarah Jane. Is she okay? I sent her an email last week, Claire. I haven't heard back, but I've got a feeling because her central heating boiler had packed up, I think she's staying at her friend's place at the moment. So, yeah. Nigel's saying, a Starship Filth Fox? Question mark.
That's an oil paint, so it's it's standard rules apply if it's a Bandai kit. I would say a gunk wash is fine, where you cover it in oil paint and then rub the oil paint off with a dry cloth.
Yeah.
But I did have one case where a piece broke, even just with oil paint like that. So
yeah, didn't Tony have a similar problem when he did C-3PO, where he had because he used to mix his Starship filth up, didn't he, with a bit of thinners, and it had got into the knee joint and.
Oh yeah, that'll be because of the thinners. But like I say, even just neat Starship filth wiped off with a dry cloth can potentially cause. Like I say, I had a backpack snap off, so it's not safe. But Fine Molds Falcon, yeah, you can Starship filth it if you want to. I think Starship filth would be a bit too dark and contrasty for a Falcon, though. I wouldn't recommend it because it just wouldn't look very good. Well, unless you did it as a thin wash or that kind of thing. But yeah, Starship filth's just an oil paint. Although do keep in mind the oil brush's Starship filth is not exactly the same colour as the original Starship filth.
Yeah, Jeff's saying the same, that she's not got much access to the internet at her friend's place. Yeah, I think she's down in Twickenham at the moment.
Oh, Edward says about Squish, he says, he is shrinking a bit. I'm hoping one day he just blinks out of existence. Oh, that'd be cruel. Why is he shrinking? No, I don't want him to blink out. I want him to live forever because we love him.
Oh,
and we love that we love that somebody else has to look after him, but we love him.
He's saying because it's just as much work and money to take care of one. Is it a really expensive thing then, Edward, to look after them, mate? I don't know, mate. I've not tried to raise them.
It's a lot of work. Oh, poor Squishy. I feel sad now.
Oh,
I don't want him to blink out of existence.
Nigel says he was asking about Starship filth compared to Tamiya Smoke.
Oh, right. On a Bandai kit, it's the same rules. Tamiya smoke on a Bandai kit, you're basically covering it in Tamiya thinners, so don't even think about that. On non-Bandai kits, Tamiya smoke's a really, really subtle light brown colour. It's like, it really is like really translucent. It's like really transparent Agrax Earthshade. It looks brown and syrupy in the jar, but when you put one brushful in a 10mm pot of thinners, it's really, really subtle, but it builds up into like a nice grimy colour. It's more of a mushroomy colour than Starship Filth. Yeah. It's very
so would he
subtle
be
compared to
better off
Starship
going
Filth.
down the Citadel route then for that, do you think?
Oh, no. Not for like painting a falcon. Because the difficulty is that it sounds really weird, but for some reason when you use Tamiya smoke, it tends to collect in the recesses but not tint the rest of the kit too much.
Right.
Because it's so transparent when you thin it down. If you use Agrax Earthshade, you'd have to thin it down a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's just a bit... I mean, you could probably do the same with that. I mean, to be absolutely honest, you probably could do the same with Agrax Earthshade, actually, thinking about it. You just have to thin it down equally. It probably would be similar, actually, thinking about it. But I never repainted stuff. I just literally did a thin wash of Tamiya smoke. But then that was before I even knew... That was before I knew about things like dot filters and oil paints and stuff.
That's the thing.
I mean, when I do falcons now, I literally just need to do a dot filter and a streaking coat, and that's it. And a few little bits of rust here and there. Anything more complex than that, and you're not looking like the film model anymore. So
that's the thing, isn't it? It depends, I suppose, on what you're doing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the last few falcons I've done, I've not done a pin wash. I've not done pastels. I've just done a dot filter, a streak layer, and a few little touches of very, very thinned down rust tone here and there in spots.
Yeah.
That's about it, really. And some manual painting on chipping. So Starship Filth, I think, I wouldn't recommend the Tamiya smoke, actually, because it's... If you use an oil paint, it's a bit more subtle, you can be more controlled about it. So I'd stick to... If it's a fine molds falcon, I'd stick to, like, the methods I used, filters and streaks with oil paints. Because it's just as much work and money to take care of one, and it's a lot of work, says Edward. Also, it'll be a year, the first week of January, and they say a year lifespan, but I don't really know, says Edward.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I don't like the fact he's getting smaller. That means he's sad because he's not got his friends. Yeah. He's sad and lonely, and he needs enrichment.
Yeah.
Go on.
Bloody hell. Have to hatch live brine shrimp every 3 days for food. Because it's salt water, has to be mixed and checked for specific gravity and everything. Oh, wow, yeah. Claire's saying...
that's a pain in the arse.
Yeah. Claire's saying she hopes Sarah Jane's okay. Warming up with some Malibu, maybe. Exactly. I know she had a few issues health-wise, but I think because her heating... was an issue and she had no hot water, it was better she stay at her friends until they can get it all sorted. So that's what she's doing, and I think internet's a problem down there. Obviously, Claire, if I do hear from her, love, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Edward also says about cleaning every week with 40% water change per week. I tell you what, really? Edward, the thing is right, mate. At the end of the day, that little squishy is absolutely dependent on you to exist.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're going through all that every week is awesome, because you're doing all that effort that's a pain in the arse. But because you're doing that, little squishy can actually continue to exist. His life depends on you. So big round of applause and big hugs to you for doing it every week.
Absolutely, mate.
You've got a little baby there that you're looking after, and he without you doing what you're doing, he'd just, he wouldn't exist, he'd die. So you've taken that on board and you're looking after him, even though you don't want to anymore. So you get a lot of respect from me for doing that, because I like creatures. I like all creatures.
Absolutely.
I don't even squish spiders. I throw them out, even though I hate them. Hell, I've actually cut... Go on.
I get upset if a fish dies, mate. You know what I mean? It's like, bloody hell. Because, you think, oh, what didn't I do for it? But Yeah.
It sounds stupid, but I've even caught midges and thrown them out.
Yeah.
Flipping midge, and I've been like, right, let's take you outside.
Yeah, but I can understand.
Mosquitoes, not so much. They get squished because I want to sleep. But hey, so maximum respect that you're doing that every week, because
Yeah.
that squishy is like, he doesn't know it, but he is. You are his god. You are he's utterly dependent on you to exist,
Yeah.
and he doesn't even know you exist. But I'm sure if he did, he'd love you to bits. So big
Absolutely,
big
mate.
respect.
Paul D. Tommaso's off. Take care. See you next time. Take care,
Take care,
Paul.
Paul.
Nigel saying respect for him, big time, Edward. Yeah, it is, mate, because, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's just a little jelly, but at the end of the day, jellies are people too.
Ross is asking, Nigel, do you do clear piece moulding? I think he's on about the resin that you done me, Nige. Do you use a clear resin? Can you mould with that? Beg your pardon?
Oh, hello.
I know. Yep.
Hey.
Oh, matron.
Steady Neris.
Next.
Any more? Any more on the zoo?
No, I'm not stretching for anything at the moment.
Yeah, when Colin stretches, things go wrong. I
Yeah.
wonder if you can see the. Can you see the difference there on the sort of
I'll just bung it full screen, mate, so I can see it bigger.
bit of a difference, just a little hint of it, even on the crappy webcam?
Oh, ding dong, yeah. Bloody hell,
the
mate.
initial streaking stuff and the not streaking, that's just kind of flat now.
Yeah.
If I show you the sides, it may be a bit better. If I show you
Yeah,
So-
definitely.
the side there,
Yeah, oh, you can see it, mate.
you just get a hint of the difference
Yeah.
a little bit. Cool.
I love the rusting. I love the rusting on the stripes as well.
I see what you mean. Well, when I get round to it, I'll do some little. I'll
Yeah.
get some little enamel rust colours and or oil paints and just do little streaks, so that where there's a
like
little
that.
rusty patch, I'll have some of the rust leaching out. You see.
Yeah.
And I've used some Gundam decals. I put that on there for no reason at all. That little.
Yeah, it's because you can.
Yeah, you should always put Gundam decals on things that aren't Gundams.
Oh, right. Does that upset Gundam people then, or?
No, it's a rule I have in my mind that I've got so many Gundam decals that I need to put decals on something every now and then.
Yeah.
I've got little like warning markings and things on some of these panels that are often like just leftover Gunpla decals. So
It's the same with the Warhammer stuff, isn't it? You get loads and loads of decals, and yet I've hardly used any.
yeah, well that's the thing. The one thing that Warhammer don't do is little like you get your insignia, but you don't get markings like caution, no step, things like that, which make a vehicle really. So I like putting things like that. There's one on there that just says warning, and then it says some stuff. But the beauty is, some of these were like third-party Gunpla decals, so the wording is a bit crap.
Yeah.
So if I zoom in on this decal, and I'm sure whoever buys this will find this eventually, but it actually says, let's have a look. It says, attention, some precision machine inside when attached. The option C, the reference manual. On that little tiny decal there, that little tiny red decal, that's what that says. And one of these little tiny white ones, like these little tiny white things here, they say something like, if I can find one, where is it? I don't think I can see it on there because it's not quite dark enough. This little one says, if I can find one that's not weathered over now. Oh, it's kind of, I think it's in the light too much now for me to see it. It says, caution. I can't really read it now. It's too contrasty, I think. I can't quite read it. There are some where you can actually read it.
Yeah, you can. You've not got a macro filter on your camera on your phone, no?
No, I mean some of them are too small. This one says it says close cover before operation. That little tiny one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of them have just got like, because they're like the little third-party decals. Some of the wording is not quite normal.
Yeah.
And some of them are like a mixture of German and English, so it's just quite amusing that somebody will, buy this and they won't really even notice, and maybe one day they'll have a look at it and say, does it actually say something? They'll zoom in and be like, that just says bollocks. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So there you go. I like little things like that.
Yeah, but that's what makes the difference to the build, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I'm enjoying them, because this is the part of the build where I start to enjoy myself now, where it's just silly fun time nonsense.
Yeah, I like doing all the little finer details when it comes around to it, bits, little bits that you want to pick out.
Yeah, this is where I get my enjoyment. The build stage I find utterly tedious. It just does nothing for me at all.
Yeah.
The painting stage I quite like, but it can be tedious. But the weathering stage is, because you can do so much with so little effort with weathering. Yeah. Once you know the techniques you can use, you can do a lot with a little and very little skill. And when we do the Lehman Russes, I will reveal to you the secrets of how you can do a lot with bugger all.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's the thing. We all do it. We all reach that stage of a paint job where we're hating on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
the weathering not so much,
where you want it to
painting,
go, but yeah.
Often it's with paint chipping as well. You get through chipping. If you're doing so much chipping, you're like, oh God, I want to die now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take it away from me. But no. Weathering, never get that. Although I don't think I ever want to weather another Falcon ever again. I'm still full screen, aren't I? Let me take that off. I don't think I want to do a Falcon ever again.
Yeah.
At least not for a very long. I've done it. I've done enough of them now.
Yeah, that's the thing, innit? You end up burning out on particular kit builds.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the point where I could do a big Falcon in, don't know, 20 or 30 hours painting.
Yeah.
But it's not the most complex paint job. That's the beauty of it. It's quite straightforward. Ooh, I've just noticed the contrast between the sponsons, which aren't weathered.
Yeah, Falcons always look nice when they're done.
Yeah, but that's the deceptive thing. They are probably one of the simplest paint jobs you'll ever do.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of them. They look really complicated, but of all the things you can paint and weather, they're probably one of the simplest.
Yeah.
Because it's only like two, maybe 3 steps of weathering.
Yeah.
You can kind of see the contrast between the clean sponsons there and the not clean.
So, you're happy. You're happy now. You can see the transition, can't you?
Yeah. I've not really seen it much with the sponsons on. I didn't magnetise them, so they don't really stay on very well. But, hey. Again, display model.
Yeah.
Shelf
I mean,
queen.
It's one of those, isn't it? Depends on what the person wants to use it for.
Yeah. I mean, you can play on the tabletop. Although if I'd spent many, many hundreds of pounds on a model, I wouldn't particularly want to take it into my local game store with somebody with, like, what's it fingers and children running around.
Yeah, it would be in the display case, wouldn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a shelf. These are shelf queens.
And
you pay that kind of money. But I've actually seen them fully assembled.
No, they look mint, mate. I'm going to put it back on the full screen, mate, so people can see them. Look at that.
Let's get the dudes in there. I've seen them in bitterly fully assembled, but not completely fully assembled. He goes in that one. No, he doesn't go in that one. He goes in that one. By a quirk of where I put the magnets, I've got to have that guy facing the wrong way, but it's fine. It looks like he's looking behind. Put some aerials on there. Twang, don't you twang at me. I had to fix one of these aerials, it actually snapped.
Oh dear.
Oh hello, that aerial doesn't want to fit on. Why does the aerial not want to fit? Oh, because it's the wrong end of the aerial, you chump. I'm trying to attach the magnet. I don't know where it's gone now. Can't. Oh, hello. Dropping brushes. It just pinged somewhere. I don't know where it pinged to.
Oh dear.
There it is. There it is. Yay.
Yay. Resounding click.
Yeah, I've got one more aerial. I suddenly realised I don't know where the other aerial goes.
You can never have too many aerials.
You can have too many aerials. I appear to have far too many. This one's got 4. I put 4 aerials on the bastard. I don't know why.
Because you can.
It's got 4 aerials. This one over here, whoever buys it, it's not actually immediately apparent where the aerial's supposed to go, but it actually goes over there. And I very cleverly put a sand-coloured aerial on a blue-coloured part of the armour, which is very clever. Well done, Fox. You idiot.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, magnetising aerials is Magnetising aerials is definitely the way forward when you want to ship it to someone.
Yeah, because you haven't got to worry then about things breaking off. I'd never be able to ship the Insane Blade. It would never happen.
No, well, it's like
Just
I've got to
couldn't
send George. I've got to send George that little Atalan Ridge Racer thing car.
Yeah,
But that's got an aerial built into it, and I didn't magnetise it, so I can't. I don't know how I'm going to ship that. I mean, I've got to ship with these guns on the turrets, and even them are delicate enough.
Is that one where you can go back to the kit and perhaps section it to magnetise it, or is it too far built?
What, on that? No, because I also put a load of easy line cabling from the top of the antenna to
Right, yeah. That knocks the idea out the ballpark then, doesn't it?
I'll just have to make sure it's packed in a cardboard tube and then put packing around it.
Yeah.
But it's like on these, I've got the stubber on the turret there, and I've got the stubber on this one, which is very delicate.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to protect them when I ship it.
That's the thing. You do find them, when you start manoeuvring around them, things can ping off them.
Yeah,
Worst things are the guns and stuff like that. They love flying off, don't they?
Oh yeah. But then, I mean, the stubber on here is resin, so I'm even more cautious of that bugger.
Mm. Yeah, no, I like them. They're kind of really sexy, mate.
Yeah, I mean, all that weathering I'm doing on this, I've still got to do on that yet. So
yeah,
and that's 8 hours, and that's just for the main body of the tank yet. So
yeah,
still got a lot to do.
Yeah, but it's
got a lot of guns on it though.
I know.
Many guns.
I'm sitting there looking at all these sponsons, mate. It's like guns. If in doubt, put a gun on there.
See, you could always put an extra 2 sponsons on here if I hadn't put those plates on the side.
Yeah.
But I think all those sponsons will look a bit silly.
Says the person who said to me, put 6 sponsons on your Insane Blade.
That's Orcs, that's different.
Now it's all coming out now.
Orcs is different because Orcs don't have the sensibilities of like normal design. They just want to make sure everything shoots and goes fast.
Yeah, if they think that it needs more guns, it does.
Exactly. Don't forget Orcs believe that painting something red makes it go faster, which of course it does because they believe that.
Well, this is it. It's not up for question, mate. I mean, to me, that's logic. It's like, after 6, it's loads. So.
People are talking about clear canopies and things or something, I think. My friend Tim makes Gundam decals for US Gundam store, and they're all printed by Cartograph. Ooh, says Win Leonard.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, Cartograph Gundam decals. Edward, send me some information on those. I'd be very interested in picking some of those up. If it's lots of little markings and things, warning signs, and Cartograph decals, whoa, that's proper trouser tent time.
They're all printed by Cartograph. Yeah, that is. Yeah.
You show me a model with a Cartograph decal set, and I do a little bit of a sex wee. It's like,
yeah, you do like a Cartograph decal. I'll give you that.
Well, it's a bit like having a salted caramel Magnum. It's just orgasm time, because you're not going to get better, basically.
Exactly. That's an idea.
Child of Mecca, he says. I know that name. I know that name.
Oh, I've still got it. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Richard Pezal says, if I was still really into Warhammer, I would buy that in a minute, Fox. I mean, what I'm hoping is by the end of it, when I've finished it, it doesn't need someone to be into Warhammer, because it'll just be a good-looking tank, really. Yeah. What are you doing? What's that rustling going on there?
I just saw something in my Greeballs bag and thought straight away it would work on that. A ladder.
You've done it again with ladders and sticky up things, haven't we? We've gone in that route again, haven't we?
Yeah, it's got a ladder on it now, Fox.
Well, you've got to get up there somehow, haven't you?
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, it's detail painting now, all the way with it. I started a little bit on the wood during the week, put the first couple of bits on there, but yeah.
So much you could do on that.
Got the funnel on, done that. That's on there. Happy with that. Loads of bendy tubes to go in it. Yeah, I'll sit and do them. Tubes. Can't have enough bendy tubes.
You know what you could do? Here's a thought. If you got a load of like cheap, shitty plastic straws with the jiggly jaggly, the like ribbed for her pleasure type straws.
The ones that I've been using all night to do the bendy pipes with, you mean, Fox?
Have you? Is that what you've been
Yeah.
using all that to the bendy pipes with?
Yeah, see that
I've
bendy
been
pipe?
I haven't been watching because I've been doing stuff.
Yeah, but carry on anyway.
See what I said about great minds thinking alike? We keep having the same ideas.
I know. But yeah, cheap ass bendy straws. I got 200 of these bad boys. Yeah. Because some of these may be going Kshatriya wires. That's all I'll say.
Ooh. Can you get them with like the ribbed bit all the way down rather than mostly being smooth?
I haven't seen them, but I will try, because that's the only part I'm using is the ribbage and a couple of bits. But I'm keeping all these tube bits because they'll come in handy for other things, other builds that may need pipes or shizzle.
I actually tried to find a replacement for the big pink straw the other day because Mama Fox keeps using it when she has a can of Dr Pepper.
Yeah.
And at some point it's going to get knackered because I keep washing it out. But I can't find any of those like big straws like that.
Yeah.
They're always like metal or just solid or plastic rubbish. Or
I mean,
silicone.
getting them ones, it was just a catering pack of them. I thought, well, I'll grab them. I only wanted the concertina bits, but yeah, if they had concertina all the way down, it would be brilliant.
Oh yeah, because you can have like proper like ribbed rubber tubing then, isn't it, for things?
Yeah, no, it would come in handy, but yeah, I'm at that point now where, like I say, the ladder can go on and bits and pieces. I haven't decided where to site it yet, but I might put another little wooden thing just here for the ladder to sit on so it goes up. But it's all
never
kinny,
ends, does it?
Yeah, no, but then it'll be start doing the weathering and.
You know what? Every time I look at that, you know what I think of? I think of the Baneblade train that somebody made.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yes, I have. Yes.
For those that don't know, basically somebody made like a really long train out of Baneblades by sort of cutting them all together. So instead of just a tank, you have this whole row of and they put like train bogies on them. So it's like a 10 Baneblade long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a World War II German armoured train, but it's made out of Baneblades.
When you think of it, some serious money went into that build.
Oh, God, yeah. It's like, what, 70 or 80 quid for a Baneblade if you get it from Games Workshop. So, not cheap.
Yeah, I must admit, I think the big Insane Blade build, I may start painting that after I've done Lehman Russ. Oh, look at you.
That was a cushion creeper, that was.
That was a bit of a lady puff, I give you that, compared to some of the other ones you've been doing, mate.
It's because I'm kind of sat back in my chair, sloped back a bit at a funny angle, so that was kind of on the corner of the chair. So.
Oh, that was a back ripper, was it? It rolled out and up.
No, it kind of went forward, but it was delicately muted by the orthopaedic cushion and the towel that was on it. So,
well, mate, I suppose
there wasn't a lot of cheap movage.
I suppose, being that you may be streaming this afternoon and it's now coming up to 4:30.
In 10 hours.
Yeah, I suppose we should really let people get on and do their thing and let you get to snoozy land, eh?
Yeah, I need to sleep like the dead, I think.
Bless you. So a massive, massive, massive thanks to every single one of you that has kept us company tonight in the chat.
Yep, you do realise we didn't do any pimpage at all of patrons and links and shit, but never mind.
I know.
Never mind.
But the ticker's been going across the bottom there. I mean, you can support Fox over on patreon.com, Model Making Guru, and me on patreon.com, Festa67's Workshop. The links are all in the video anyway.
I thought you were going to go support me on patreon.com/modelmakingguru.
Fox's links in the description as well, folks, so you can pop over and see Fox. Yeah, I always put your
good girl.
Your YouTube's always been on the Friday Frolic links, mate.
I knew I liked you for a reason.
I know, it's I'm good at pimping other people, but crap at pimping myself.
Well, we've known that for a very long time.
Absolutely. Massive thanks again for joining us both. I appreciate it, and I know Fox
very
does.
I do. I love everybody, me.
Yeah, we do love. We do love this Friday show, though, mate, don't we? It's one of them.
Yeah, because it's not. I mean, this isn't my channel, so it's not work for me.
Yeah,
I just get to sit back and have a laugh.
Absolutely. So take care, everyone. Stay safe. Join Fox over on his channel for his stream, the Savo. I'll see you again on the brunch.
3 p.m.
I'll see you again on the brunch, and Fox and myself will see you both, or you both, you're all even, on the Warhammer Sunday. I know.
Yeah. Aye.
All right then, peeps. Catch you
It's
later.
a busy streaming weekend every weekend. Adios, amigos,
Bye for
everyone.
now.
Bye.